The Senate will come to order. Senator Klein,
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you be so kind as to stand. In our Senate tradition, we always start with prayer. And today's chaplain is our own Senate chaplain, Reverend Kirsten Fryer from Bethlehem Lutheran in the Midway in St. Paul. As a gentle reminder, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon, Senators. On April 30th, 1901, Charles Joy made the first automobile ascent of St. Paul's Selby Hill at a speed of 8 to 10 miles per hour. Let us pray. God, we know that sometimes it feels like we are moving uphill so slowly, but we are moving. We are making progress. Help us to celebrate today the successes and to see that forward movement, step by step, day by day, negotiation by negotiation, meeting by meeting, vote by vote. Give these senators what they need to do the work that they are called to do for the people they serve across the state of Minnesota. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, members. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Curran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupec, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquade, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umu Verbatim, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Senator Bowden, Senator Port, and Senator Seeberger. Members, if you'd like to follow along, I'm reading from today's Senate agenda, dated Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. We will begin today with the second order of business, which is executive and official communications. The following communications was received and referred as indicated. We'll proceed now to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 1959, a bill for an act relating to state government, establishing a budget for the Department of Military Affairs and the Department of Veterans Affairs. Senate File Number 1959 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Putnam for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to lay Senate File Number 1959 on the table.
All in favor of that motion say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 2216, a bill for an act relating to commerce, establishing a budget for the Department of Commerce. Senate File Number 2216 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Klein for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to lay Senate File 2216 on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 2298, a bill for an act relating to housing, establishing a budget for the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. Senate File Number 2298 is herewith returned to the Senate, signed Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
I'm calling on Senator Murphy for a motion on behalf of Senator Port. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move to lay Senate File 2298 on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File Numbers 2309 and 2403, signed Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. We will now move to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we'll now proceed to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committees. Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now proceed to the sixth order of business, which is the second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate File Numbers 2669, 2255, 2300, 2068, 3054, and 3289.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. We'll now proceed to the seventh order of business, which is second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House File Numbers 2431 and 2438.
The House files have been given their second reading. We'll now proceed to the eighth order of business, which is introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members will now proceed to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that House File 3022 be taken from the table and referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration for comparisons with Senate File 3289, now on general orders.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy for your opportunity to designate special orders.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, in fact, that is true, that the special orders list is on your desk. We will begin with Senate File Number 908, Senator Kupec, which is for your provisions, the certification of underground telecommunications installers modification bill. Senator Kupec.
Thank you, Mr. President. Broadband safety certification legislation we passed in 2024 sought to respond to concerns of undertrained and unsafe contractors installing broadband projects and causing significant damage to property and infrastructure. But with that training, it takes time to do that. And we are up against a deadline here to make sure that we get the federal funds to make sure that we bring broadband to all Minnesotans across the state. And so with that concern brought to us by labor and by the industry, we convened this year to work on Senate File 908. So with this, July 1st, deadline looming. We're passing this bill today, even though we included this bill in yesterday's labor omnibus bill. We feel that it's important that we ride this bill separately, so to make sure that all this work can get done. Contractors and those that have to go out and inspect contractors know what the playing field will be here before we get to that July 1st deadline. So Senate File 908 does a few things. It does keep the 40 hours of training, but it does also allow for people that have had training recently to count that training towards the 40 hours. It eases restriction on the number of safety personnel, and most importantly, it takes that deadline that was July 1st and pushes it back to January 1st of 2026. That'll allow for training over the wintertime when installing is not going on. And I will say this is a great compromise, one of those rare kind of peace in the valley moments between labor and industry. I want to thank Senator Dornick, who worked with me on this bill. Together, we were, I think, able to shepherd the two parties that were talking to each other and came to some agreement, and without his help, this would not have been possible. So a big thanks to Senator Dornick. I also thank Senator McEwen and Senator Putnam also for giving us guidance to move this along. So I would encourage members to vote green on Senate File 908.
Any other discussion on Senate File 908? Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with Senator Kupec. This is a good bill, good compromise. Thank you, Senator Putnam, for getting the first meeting going and then appointing 7, 8 of us together. Senator Kupec was the lead, so it was a pleasure to work with you, Senator Kupec. And then Melissa Wolf, Brent Christensen, John Pollard, and John Thorson. Some of the advocates, we appreciate working with them. And so, yeah, this is a good compromise. The date was really important, and it was just good to work and see the stakeholders from both sides and to get an agreement with the timing we needed to do it quickly. So with that, again, I ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would urge you to support this Kupec legislation so we can get it moved as fast as possible. I touched on this a little bit yesterday, but while we're pushing this through quickly, let's remember what brought us here and why we even have to have this, because this is far from what many of us would like to have seen, which was repeal this new law that was passed in 2024 that had very little hearings. It was shoved in a bill at the end of session under the trifecta run by the DFL, and this is needed because of the lack of hearings, the lack of input on that legislation last year, and the rush to a new 40-hour standard that's going to make Minnesota basically an island, the only state in the nation requiring this for fiber installers. It is going to be harder or more training required now in Minnesota because of this that was shoved through last year. It's going to be harder than it is if you were installing pipelines. And yet we all would know probably far less risky to install a fiber optic wire in the ground over other electrical or pipelines. And so I take this time to just share this issue because it is big government gone amok. And if we don't pass this, we are jeopardizing $650 million of federal money that is set to come into Minnesota to help us with our goal of building out rural broadband. But this dilemma was all of our own creation. It was being installed efficiently. It was being effective across our entire state without the government having to get involved last year. And now here we are requiring now 40 hours more training. We're going to delay it 6 months, thankfully, so at least this construction season won't be impeded. But folks, it's just an example of big government getting its nose in a place it doesn't need to be, causing more regulations and more delay for our private sector that is installing this internet that's so important to fill in the gaps of the underserved and the unserved. And so I urge you to support this, but I wanted us not to forget what brought us here in the first place. This is a bill that's necessary, and it's kind of like if you're hungry and all you have left to eat is that little end of the hot dog with the tail on it. That's what this bill is. It's kind of that last bite of the hot dog that isn't the most desirable, but when you're hungry, you'll take any little thing. And we need to pass this little end of the hot dog so at least installers and fiber can be constructed this year and we can have federal funds coming to our state. But let us use this as a lesson in let's not meddle in programs that are working well, because there was no need for this to be jammed in the last session, at the end of session, and then now we're here fixing it, spending all of this time on something that wasn't broken in the first place.
Any other discussion on Senate File number 908? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File number 908, a bill for an act relating to construction codes modifying provisions governing the certification of underground telecommunications installers.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we move to final passage? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File number 908. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
And I report Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Seeberger votes aye.
And Senator Seeberger votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and is titled agreed to. Members, we will now go to House File 2432, Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, I'm proud to present for your consideration the Omnibus Judiciary and Public Safety Budget and Policy Bill for this year. Before I go into a description of the bill, I would like to extend my appreciation to a number of people who were involved in putting this bill together. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Umu Verbaeten, other members of the Judiciary Committee, Senators Limmer, Pappas, Anderson, Westrom, Carlson, Howe, Seeberger, Westland, Kruen, and Clark. I'd like to thank Angela Cook, who reprised her role as Judiciary Committee Administrator for several weeks at the beginning of session. I'd like to extend my appreciation to GOP researcher Linnea Michelson and DFL researcher Jackie Clinton. My committee legislative assistant Zach Cullen, our committee pages Jillian, Sidney, Mitchell, and Mitchell, my interns Allison Hilzendager and Anna Fleischhacker, Senate counsel and fiscal analyst staff serving the Judiciary Committee, Ken Backus, Priyanka Primo, and Chris Turner, our drafting support specialists Tyler Gustafson, Stephen Carver, Greg Cato, Hannah France, Allison Kent, and Daniel Nelson, engrossing secretary Melissa Mapes, Stephen Sikeros, Lindsay Bundgaard, and Christian Knellwolf, and staff in the offices of Senate Journal Index Media Services, Public Information, our sergeants and their support staff, Information Technology, and our front desk staff and pages. Everyone here knows, but it's worth acknowledging that none of this process works without the involvement of all of these people. So thank you so much for everything that you have done. Now this bill before you contains both budget and policy. It's approximately a $3.5 billion appropriations bill. Our target was $106 million over base for the first upcoming biennium and $114 million over base for the tails. Out of that first biennial target, the $106 million, came the Department of Corrections deficiency bill, which we have already passed off the floor and which is not specifically included in the language that you have before you here today. This is a broadly bipartisan construct, the bill that we have before us here today. It funds the state's courts and the correction systems. It funds half of the Department of Public Safety, including the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. It funds the State Department of Human Rights. Included in those are funding for crime victim services, the Philando Castile Law Enforcement Training Fund, court examiners' fees, supplemental nonprofit security grants, creates a new crime for theft of public funds to hold those accountable who defraud the government. It includes funding for the Violence Prevention Research Center, legal representation for CHIPS cases, shelters for at-risk youth, prosecutor training grants, critical armor or emergency radio infrastructure, and charter school fire inspection fees. It extends the funding made available for the Ramsey County Youth Treatment Homes, creates a task force on mandatory minimums, and it recognizes and funds the transfer of the fraud unit from the Department of Commerce to the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Policy highlights include the expansion of peace officer death benefits, a stealthing bill, artificial intelligence-generated child sexual abuse prohibitions, a civil commitment coordinating division within the Attorney General's office, the task force on mandatory minimum sentences, law enforcement agencies tracing and reporting on recovered or confiscated firearms. It allows for the use of mobile tracking devices on motor vehicles, fleeing police officers, and contains an anti-nudification law as well. As I say, this is a broadly bipartisan bill. It includes policy and budget initiatives from Republican and Democratic members of this Senate. I've already identified for my own caucus the Democrats that are included in here, but I would like to thank the Republicans as well, including Senators Duckworth, Coran, Lang, Rarick, Utke, Howe, Anderson, Abler, Limmer, Kruen, Draheim, Housley, Lucero, Pratt, Rasmussen, and there, I think I've identified all of the Republicans. In fact, 2/3 of the budget and policy initiatives here that were part of legislation that were introduced are either GOP chief-authored or co-authored. So I appreciate the broad support on this bill. I would be happy to answer questions and explain anything in more detail as this discussion proceeds. Before we get into that, I do have a couple of minor amendments that I would like to offer. And I would like to start with the A21 amendment.
Senator Latz offers the A21 amendment. The Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 3, line 23, delete $403,781,000. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Latz to your A21 amendment.
Mr. President, members, this is a technical correction amendment to fix a drafting error relating to the district court's allocation. I ask for your support.
Any other discussion on the A21 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A21 is adopted. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A17 amendment.
Senator Latz offers the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 179, line 16, after the period, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Latz to your A17 amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment represents a stakeholder agreement between the State Bar Association and the judges relating to the provision in the bill that makes private the residential property ownership of judges in order to protect them and their families. So I ask for your support for the A17 amendment.
Any discussion on the A17 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Anything else, Senator Latz?
Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Latz offers the A24 amendment. The Secretary will report the A24 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 215, after line 2, insert. This is the A24 amendment.
Senator Latz to your A24 amendment.
Mr. President, there is a provision in the bill relating to Section 8 housing and that restricts or prevents the ability of landlords to bring eviction actions for 90 days in the event that the federal government cancels or withholds payment of federal funds that pay the federal portion of the Housing Choice Voucher program under Section 8. This amendment makes clear that the restriction on evictions does not apply to any eviction actions that are based upon the tenant's failure to pay the tenant's portion of that rent. I ask for your support and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, Mr. President, would Senator Latz yield to a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, in the Judiciary Committee, a related subject was brought forward by Senator Port regarding Section 8 housing. It assured that any funds that would be not transferred to a landlord for a tenant who might have their Section 8 program halted for some reason, that monies would be assured to the landlord that they would get that rent money. However, this is a little different. This restricts, does it restrict an eviction action for 3 months by a landlord. And how would that timing work? Could a landlord still bring an eviction procedure to the court for consideration? It just, despite the decision by the court, would that rental eviction be halted for 3 months? Is that how I'm reading it?
Senator Latz to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Limmer for that question. Let me just take 30 seconds to explain how this all fits together. The provision currently in the bill basically says that in the event that the federal government cuts off funding, which now gets transmitted through public housing associations to landlords under Section 8, that it does two things. It says, one, the landlords cannot attempt to evict the tenants because of that failure of the federal government's funds to show up in the landlord's inbox. And it also includes replacement funding on a short-term basis that would be provided out of state-level resources from the Housing Finance Agency. So the landlords would be made whole for that 3-month period of time, while to give time for either the federal government to change its approach or for this legislature to reconvene and look for a long-term solution. When looking at that, the Multi-Housing Association was a bit concerned about the topic that this amendment addresses, and they actually proposed almost identical language to what we have in the 824 amendment, because a rent consists of two portions: the federal government's portion, which is through Section 8, and the tenant also has to pay a portion out of their own resources as a part of their rent. What this amendment would do is make clear that if the tenant fails to pay their portion, regardless of whether the federal government is paying, if the tenant fails to pay their portion, then the landlord will be able to bring an eviction action during that interim 3 months. That the underlying provisions in the bill will not prevent a landlord from seeking to evict a tenant that chooses or is not paying their portion of the rent. This language was suggested by the Multi-Housing Association. I think it's an appropriate balance into the provisions, and I know that Senator Port, who's not on the floor today, has indicated to me that she also agrees to this.
Senator Limmer, any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. After listening closely to Senator Latz, the only thing I am observing is, once again, government seems to be interfering with contracts between two parties. I understand the provision, and there's good and not so good in it. We saw this take place during the COVID episode a few years ago, where rental fees were interrupted oftentimes by the job placement of someone being affected by the COVID disease, and interrupted with the cash flow of that individual making rent payments. This state interrupted the responsibility between the two parties. Now we see another example, but in a different manner. Senator Port is trying to assure the landlords of keeping their rent, and at the same time, now we're talking about a cessation of evictions based on a failure of the government to provide the program. Just a simple observation, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, will you yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, a couple questions. It's my understanding that there's a lot of chatter in D.C., and one of the things that's being proposed is a block grant to the states. Instead of the current HUD system, it would be a block grant to the state. how would your amendment and your bill, underlying bill, be affected if that happened?
Senator Latz, to the question.
So, Mr. President, Senator Draham, let me first make a distinction here. There are already provisions in the bill relating to this discussion about eviction prohibition and state funds subventing the lost income to the landlords, should that happen. And that's a worthy conversation that we should have. The amendment that's before us balances that language. So, if in the event that the underlying language already in the bill were to pass, I respectfully suggest that it ought to contain the language that's in the 824 amendment as well, because that protects the landlord's ability then to evict tenants that aren't paying the tenant's share. Now, I'm happy to talk about the underlying provisions as well, because that was your question about block grants from the federal government. The provision in the bill itself is intended as a short-term stopgap measure to keep landlords whole and to keep tenants in their housing in the event that the federal government stops making already appropriated funds under Section 8 available for the payments to the landlords on behalf of the tenants. If they make changes to block grant programs, I believe that would probably take an act of Congress rather than an executive order. In fact, I would argue even stopping paying the funds would take an act of Congress, but that doesn't seem to have affected the current executive's decisions about making funds federally appropriated available to their intended recipients. So this is all a stopgap measure to provide space so there would not be mass evictions. You'd not have 32,000 people subject to eviction because the federal government hasn't been paying their landlords. And you would not have landlords struggling to pay their mortgages and their utilities and the other costs of owning and operating the housing that they provide to the tenants because they're not getting the federal money that they should be getting. But if I can bring it back just specifically to this amendment, as to the amendment, this specifically will protect the landlord's ability to evict tenants that are not paying the tenants' share. In other words, we don't want the tenants to be in a position where they can say, well, the federal government's not paying my landlord, so I'm going to stop paying too because they can't evict me anyway. And what we're suggesting with this amendment is, oh yeah, you still better pay your portion of the rent, and if you don't, you could be evicted no matter what the federal government is doing. That's what the 824 amendment does, is to protect the landlords from non-paying tenants should that occur.
Senator Draham.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Latz. I don't think there's a debate if we should make landlords whole or not. I just want to make sure it functions, Mr. President. And I think the language is crafted in a way where I don't think what is being proposed at the federal level, for one, I don't think it'll happen. I agree with Senator Latz, it should go through Congress, and we know Congress doesn't do anything, so the likelihood of that happening are pretty small. But I don't believe the way it's crafted because it wasn't properly vetted, Mr. President. This did not go through the Housing Committee. The underlying language on page 214 was added in Finance. As you know, you sit on Finance with me, Mr. President, and this portion of the bill took money out of a bill that we had already passed. I've never seen that. I don't know if that's even legal. So here we are, members. We forwarded on a bill. We agreed to it. And now we're allowing another bill to take money out of that with a what-if scenario. So we are effectively tying up all of the hard work that Senator Port did on her housing bill and tying up that money and all the programs until November. The agency will not be able to let any money, all that money will be encumbered under this bill. This bill that has nothing to do with the housing programs that we already passed under another bill. So I don't have a problem with this amendment per se, Mr. President. I have a problem with the underlying language. I don't have a problem with what it's trying to accomplish, but there has to be a better way, and it should be vetted. And the best way to have that vetted is to put it into a bill and have a hearing and go through the process like we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that Senator Port is on the floor, and she might be better to answer if she'd be willing to yield.
Senator Port, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. So this provision did not come to the Housing Committee, so I just have, I guess, at least one, maybe several questions. The first question is, the current process is for non-payment of rent, a housing provider must provide a 14-day notice of potential eviction. And so my question, Mr. President and Senator Port, is, if this were to become law, how does this modify the current process? So is that 14-day notification still required? And if it's required, could it be done immediately at the beginning of, let's say, the 3 months? Or does it have to wait until the expiration of the 3 months to give the 14-day notice, after which then a housing provider would then have to, or before they could file an eviction?
Senator Port to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. My understanding when we had the eviction moratorium before was that an eviction could not be filed. I don't believe it stops it from being noticed, but it cannot be filed during an eviction moratorium.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. So just so people are aware, Mr. President, and not just in this chamber, but everybody out there watching, this is yet another example that sends the signal of uncertainty. And when there's an uncertainty by housing providers, that is going to result in lack of people offering this type of housing. Because if we are saying that somebody that might have been considering, a housing provider might have been considering accepting Section 8 in our housing crunch right now, if this were to become law, they are absolutely going to think again, because they might not get paid for 3 months. And that 3 months is going to be a flashback to what occurred in the eviction moratorium during COVID, where a lot of good people, a lot of good housing providers were struggling to make payments themselves. And so this uncertainty is a step in the wrong direction. And Mr. President, imagine if one of the previous proposals that thankfully died had become law, which is that housing providers were mandated to accept Section 8 housing. If that had become law, combined with this, everybody would be in scope now under such an action. Mr. President, this is not the direction we need to go. It's a signal for housing providers to not offer this because of the uncertainty. Please, members, vote this down. Thank you.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I agree with Senator Draheim and Lucero, I have serious concerns about the underlying concept here about contingent funding based on a hypothetical on something that may or may not happen in the federal government, based on circumstances and procedures that are not usually done here in the Senate. I agree with all of that, but if we're talking about the specific A24 amendment that is in front of us right now, I think it is a good amendment. If this is going to happen and this is going to pass out of this body, we do need protections in here for the landlords to make sure that tenants can't use what we're doing here to avoid an eviction for things that they are responsible for. And as I understand this amendment, that's what this amendment is actually about. So we can disagree about the concept, and I do, and don't think we should be doing it, and still support the A24, and I would encourage members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Kroon, for bringing us back to the amendment. The point of this amendment is to ensure clarity that the tenants will still be responsible for their portion of the rent should this, I will fully acknowledge, really terrible thing come to pass where we have to put this into place. And it provides certainty. I know we just heard that it provides the opposite of that, but it provides certainty to landlords that they will get both the tenant portion of the rent and the part that the federal government is responsible for, that we have set that aside to ensure that those landlords will be able to have that money so that people can stay safely housed. Members, we are talking about 32,500 vouchers, over 100,000 Minnesotans. We write contingencies into the law all the time. This is a big one and a different one, and one that I hope doesn't come to pass. But if it does, I appreciate the work of the committee. I appreciate the thoughtfulness to ensure that we're looking at every piece of it, like this amendment does, to make sure that we are as clear and ready for this should it happen while we were out of session. That is the real point behind this provision in the law and behind the amendment in front of you, and I encourage members to vote yes on the 824.
Senator Pratt. Any other discussion on the A24? Senator Lucero.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Kroon. Thank you, Senator Port. I want to make it very clear. In my conversation, I was speaking more to the underlying bill than I was to the amendment. My comments were directed at the underlying language, which creates that uncertainty. But for purposes of clarity, I don't have an objection to the amendment that we're discussing, but a terrible provision. Thank you, Mr. President.
All those in favor of the A24, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A24 is adopted. Anything else, Senator Latz, before we go to others?
Nothing further at this time, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I have looked over this particular bill, and as it left the Judiciary Committee, I was very concerned about how we're dealing with shortage of funds this particular year, and I'm grateful that we did receive a more positive financial picture, but nevertheless, I think it's a little inadequate for such an essential area of our budget. As we all know, we recently, well, the legislature recently spent down the surplus that it had, the $18 billion of state surplus last year, and now we're facing a $6 billion deficit. Certainly has put challenges to our budgeting process this year, and money may be tight, but I'm still a bit disappointed with this budget. Foremost, this bill still, in my opinion, does not adequately prioritize law enforcement. One could say it defunds police at a time when everyone agrees that public safety should be a priority. So in regards to that, I would like to introduce the A9 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 19, line 17, delete 9,749,000. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Limmer to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of us may remember at the beginning of the year the governor's proposal reduced police training, an annual police training fund of $6 million per year to $1 million. Since that time, through the committee process, and I have to hand it to Senator Latz, that he found a way to increase the police funding from $1 million to $3 million per year. We're now sitting at 50% of that police fund, but nevertheless, you might remember we put a name onto that funding program, that police training program. That was the Philando Castile Memorial Training Fund. And it was a result of some police actions where that memorialized name was added to the training fund. But specifically, the training was for crisis intervention, de-escalation, cultural competency, and autism awareness. Just a few short years ago, we thought that that was something that police training did not really cover, and we made it an absolute priority to cover. This particular amendment is in the hope of making this training program complete. This particular training program is taken, and let me find it here. It comes out of the nonprofit funds that we have passed in the previous budget. Nevertheless, we are not taking all of it, hardly, but it does have $3 million from the fiscal year from the Community Crime and Violence Prevention account in the Special Revenue Fund to the General Fund. This is an opportunity to restore that training fund. The training fund, as you may recall, is divided between all of the police departments throughout the state. So any city that you live in, this is an opportunity to make that training fund whole. And I'll stand for any questions.
Any other discussion? Senator Latz. The A9 amendment.
Mr. President, I will treat this as a friendly amendment.
All in favor of the A9?
Roll call,
you want to say
Mr.
something
President.
else?
I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary would take the roll on the A9 amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Why, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And that Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the bill, the A9 amendment is adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I will ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
I'd like to introduce the A10 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A10 amendment. The secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16, line 3, delete 52,353,000. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Limmer, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this involves the VSET funding program that was established in 2010. VSET stands for Violent Crime Enforcement Teams, and this is a multi-jurisdictional program by law enforcement to focus on violence or combating violent crime, crimes related to gang activity, firearm offenses, drug trafficking, and other serious criminal activities. This was established in 2010. It's been a very successful program for law enforcement, but this request comes from Sheriff Witt in Hennepin County, as well as mentions of support by the BCA. This amendment would fund additional VSET money at $1.75 million. Now, earlier this year, I requested $3 million, reflecting the needs of that particular law enforcement agency. This is a one-time appropriation from the Community Crime Intervention Prevention account and will be available through the end of the fiscal biennium. This dollar amount represents half of what was proposed, but one thing I wanted our members to realize that in Hennepin County, when it comes to serious drug trafficking, fentanyl now is causing 1 death per day in Hennepin County, according to Sheriff Witt. Sheriff Witt also focused on the VSET program has doubled the number of fentanyl pills seized and tripled the amount of fentanyl powder confiscated since 2022. She said fentanyl is at an alarming rate in Hennepin County, and she knows it's also in other areas of the state. Now, in the discussion, she also mentioned that VSET teams provide an estimated 600% rate of return on the dollar invested. It takes money away from human trafficking, gun trafficking, deadly drug smuggling as well. It saves lives. So in hopes of making the bill a little better, in hopes of giving law enforcement the tools that they really need, I present this to the Senate body and will stand for questions.
Senator Latz, to the A10 amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Limmer, thank you for offering this amendment. The reason I supported the previous amendment was because I think the training of law enforcement in order to respond effectively within the community to calls and in other ways is critical to establishing effective community relations, support of the community for law enforcement activity that keeps them safe. I similarly believe that we need to have adequate funding for our violent crime enforcement teams in order to fight the scourge of controlled substances, specifically fentanyl, within our communities. So I think this is an acceptable amendment, and I'd encourage a green vote.
Senator Limmer, to your A10 amendment.
I have nothing more to say, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A10 amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
And also Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted, who desires to vote? The Secretary will close the roll. There have been 64 ayes and 0 nays. The A10 Limmer Amendment is adopted. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A11 amendment.
Senator Weber offers the A11 amendment. The Secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 17, after line 32, insert. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Weber to your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A11 amendment transfers $10 million into the general fund from the Community Crime and Violence Prevention account, and from the general fund then makes grants to counties across Minnesota. First, I would just like to mention there are 5 counties mentioned specifically for a $300,000 grant. Those counties are Rock, Jackson, Lacaparo, Roseau, and Red Lake counties. The reason that they have been singled out for this amount of grant is that these counties have missed out on other funding opportunities to upgrade the radio equipment known as armor. And in some instances, these counties now have equipment that is 2 or 3 generations behind what is current armor equipment. The rest of the grant will be available to those counties that are using a Armor Public Safety radio communication system, and all counties will have to provide a 5% match. This part of the bill is actually from legislation or a combination of 2 bills. One is mine for the 5 counties. The other is that which had been offered by Senator Hawj. And that is my amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Latz to the A11 amendment.
Mr. President and members, thank you, Senator Weber, for bringing forward this proposal. As Senator Weber knows, I support using statewide funds to assist counties afford the cost of replacing emergency radios. We already have long-term funding for the fixed infrastructure, the communication towers and so on, but we don't have that in place for the handheld radios themselves. And I completely agree that they are many generations technologically behind. They're not being replaced anymore. You can't find the parts. They're not being supported. It hampers our emergency response. And Senator Weber introduced an individual bill that we did here in Judiciary Committee to take public funding specifically for his counties of concern as well. And I've had an idea, which I shopped with a number of GOP members, as well as within my own caucus, to find some long-term funding for this purpose. There's about a $250 million cost of replacing all the handheld radios in Minnesota that are at or past or reaching their end of life in terms of functionality to enable our emergency responders to be able to communicate well with each other. And we need a long-term funding solution for that. This would be a drop in the bucket, and although it would help, it doesn't solve the problem long-term. And instead, it ends up pulling money out of community crime prevention funds. Now, I thought there was an easier connection between crime prevention and the previous two amendments, and I thought it enhanced community crime prevention as well. But it seems to me that the Armor communication radio system is a bit far afield of that logical connection to the source of funds that are utilized here, which is those same community crime prevention and violence prevention accounts that were used in the previous two amendments. And it doesn't solve the long-term problem. So I must respectfully decline to support the amendment, and I urge members to vote no.
Senator Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Latz, you're absolutely right. This is a drop in the bucket. You are correct that we got over a $250 million problem that we haven't addressed. But for those counties out there where their law enforcement and their firefighters and their public safety officials can't talk to one another as their radios continue to fail and they can't get the parts, they can't afford, even if the parts are available, they can't even afford to buy them. Mr. President, we have to do something to at least continue to let those folks be able to communicate. Because when you talk about crime prevention and safety, when our law enforcement officials and our fire officials can't talk to one another and the ambulance folks can't talk to where they're going, this needs to be taken care of, and we need to do something to address the immediate needs. That's what this does. It doesn't fix it long term, but it at least helps those communities that are in the worst shape get some relief and make it possible for those folks to communicate. And that's what this does. That's the purpose of this. We still do, I agree with Senator Latz, we got to find a way to provide the funding. This does not do that. I continue to say that I will work with Senator Latz to find an approach that works, but for the time being, if we don't do this, we will be putting people and their lives at risk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, Senator Howell was also an author of a bill to provide some funding more directly to counties that he represents in a smaller amount than this. And so we all recognize the problem. And some counties have more resources than others. It turns out that many of the greater Minnesota counties don't have the resources or haven't prioritized their resources to replace their radios, where other counties that perhaps have more resources or different priorities, have been in a stronger position to replace their radios. We can't keep lurching year by year, budget cycle by budget cycle, through dribs and drabs of funding appropriations to help this out. There is no mechanism for long-term planning, long-term coordination. It just doesn't work well. For as many years as I've been dealing with these issues, I've been trying to find some long-term solutions, and I've had one that I've talked about folks with, which would be a surcharge on telephone lines in Minnesota, 50 cents a line, $6 a year for every telephone line in Minnesota. Seems to me that's pretty affordable, and that would raise $36 million a year. Of the GOP members that I asked if they would support that kind of a long-term solution, they were not willing to sign on to any fee increase. Instead, they'd rather take the money out of community crime prevention and violence prevention as well, which I just don't think is the right place to take the money for this purpose. I think if everyone statewide is going to benefit from funds like this to replace armor handheld radios, there ought to be a statewide recognized revenue stream going into a special revenue account that will take it out of the general fund, will provide an ongoing source of money to be able to do this, that counties and our state can count on long-term to replace these handheld radios. So as much as I'd like to solve the problem in the short term, I would much rather have the support of my GOP colleagues in solving the problem long term instead of trying to place us at odds with each other and setting these accounts off against each other on an annual basis. It's just not the right way to budget from a long-term standpoint. So I regret that I'd have to oppose this amendment, but I do. And if any of my GOP colleagues want to join me, if they've had a change of heart and they'd like to support me in 50 cents a line per month for a long-term solution here, I'll hand you the bills. You can sign on as co-authors. I'll create duplicate bills so everyone who wants to can sign on and we can get that passed. Or if you want to offer the amendment here today, we can solve this problem long term right now. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. But without that, I'm afraid I can't support this amendment, and I do ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and I think it's very unfortunate that we're even having this conversation. It's quite surprising that 2023 we increased the budget by about 40%, and important things like this weren't even really talked about or thought about being part of that budget. I do stand up in support of this bill. The reason I stand up in support of the bill is, yes, it does not solve the problem, but it helps. It's a start. And sometimes you just have to have a start. And I think this is one of those times where this is a good bill. Let's pass it and let's get started.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz spoke of the growing need for armor funds. I agree with him. By the way, Senator Latz, I wanted to remind you of my commitment for that 50 cents a cell phone line. You and I had that discussion. I gave you my word that I would vote for it, and I'll stand by that promise. But I'm kind of reminded, by this discussion, I'm kind of reminded of the starfish story. You might remember it. It's a person's walking along a shoreline of an ocean, has a whole shoreline of starfish, and he's throwing starfish back in the ocean. And there's millions of starfish on this shoreline, and someone is observing him and saying, "What in the world are you doing?" "Well, I'm trying to save starfish." He said, You're not going to be able to save these starfish. You're only one person. What's that one starfish in your hand going to say? How is it going to save? He says, "Well, I may not save them all, but for this one, it's going to be a difference." And quite honestly, if you knew the area where Senator Weber lives, in the very southwest corner of the state, 5 counties in their public safety departments, law enforcement, EMTs, fire, departments cannot communicate with each other due to the antiquated armor radios that they have. And quite honestly, these are radios that you can't even get parts for in order to rebuild them. We had one of the sheriffs come up and speak to our judiciary committee about the desperate need. And nevertheless, when you have an account, a community crime and violent prevention account that's been committed over $70 million, and not all of it is being used, a little pinch out of that would make the difference for that area of those 5 counties. I think I would hate to expose our citizens to that failing infrastructure when you really need it. It's a unique situation. Other towns and counties have brought this up over the years, and it's true. Senator Latz is true. We have had a challenge. We have had a difficulty with all the other challenges coming out of the public safety departments and our responsibility in DPS and emergency management, Department of Corrections. Those are essential services that must be paid. And nevertheless, sometimes the budgets get tight, but this is one opportunity where it might make a difference for that area of our state that so desperately needs it. Thank you, Mr. President.
The last voice that we'll hear will be that of Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, a housekeeping item. I have been told that we need to do an amendment to the amendment. It would be the A52 amendment.
Senator Weber offers the A52 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend the A11 amendment to House File number 2432 as follows. Page 1, line 9, delete $10 million the first year and insert. This is the A52 amendment to the A11 amendment.
Senator Weber, to your A52 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, this instead of having $10 million the first year, this splits it into $5 million for each of the 2-year period.
Senator Latz, to the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Well, Mr. President, it sounds like a smart technical correction, so I've got no objection to that, but I'd like to be heard on the underlying amendment before Senator Weber gives his final remarks.
Seeing no objection or no additional discussion, all in favor of the A52 amendment to the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The A52 is adopted. We are now on the underlining amendment as amended. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, thank you. Just to clarify in response to Senator Dames, in the 2023 budget, we did appropriate $4 million, $2 million in each of the years in the biennium for this specific purpose. So it's not fair to say that we did not address it. But therein lies the problem. It's $2 million here, $2 million there. Now it's $5 million here, $5 million there. It doesn't solve the long-term problem. Members, Senate File 3432 is my bill for the telephone fee surcharge that would provide long-term funding for this. And while I certainly appreciate Senator Limmer's support, he did indeed say he would vote for it, I couldn't quite get his support to sign on as a co-author of the bill. I talked to a number of other members who also said they weren't willing to do that, even though they might have been okay with the concept. So members, I think right now I'm the only author on the bill, which leaves at least 4 spots for GOP colleagues to join me on it. There might be one Democrat already on the bill in addition. I'm not entirely sure. Senate File 3432, if you send me an email, you want to join on as a co-author, we'll get you on there yet today if we possibly can. Other than that, members, I think we need to solve this long-term. Until we come up with that, I think we can't keep doing it this way.
Members, the final word that we'll hear before we vote on the A11 as amended. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly, I'm appreciative of Senator Latz's efforts to find a long-term solution. However, I believe that with the immediacy of the need and of the problem that exists for a number of counties, and the fact that, quite frankly, it is extremely difficult for counties to be able to protect their citizens if they cannot communicate with each other. And I would also mention, Mr. President and members, that 4 of these counties are border counties. They border either other states or countries. And as a result, there is virtually hardly any ability to communicate just because of the differences in the equipment and the old age at which their equipment now exists. And so with that, Mr. President, I would encourage a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A11 Weber Amendment as amended. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to report that Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to report that Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A11 as amended is not adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've had a lot of discussion about use of funds, and our focus has been on moving funds from the Community Crime and Violent Prevention account and transferring it to the immediate needs that we have in this budget. Now, usually we wouldn't have to do that. We kind of are in the middle, as you might know, of a financial predicament due to the high increase in spending that this legislature approved of last year and the spending of the surplus that was prior to that. Costs have risen, and we're now searching for other sources of funds. In the last 2 examples that were passed, we're moving some funds from one area to another for police training and VSETs. But it raises a different question, and that question is, how do we account for that money that we give out to so many different private yet nonprofit organizations? This particular amendment, the A1 amendment, which I will introduce at this time, Mr. President, and I'll continue describing it after it's introduced.
Senator Limmer offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 21, after line 26, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Limmer, to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, This particular amendment directs the Commissioner of Public Safety to collect and document certain information when the department offers grants to different organizations. Right now, we don't always know where that money goes. We know where the money goes, but we don't know what happens to it after that. It's kind of a, I don't know how we got into this situation where we don't account for money going to nonprofit organizations, but nevertheless, in this narrow application, when the commissioner is issuing monies, that we grant permission to do so, this would ask for certain information that the commissioner would have to require from those that would be the grant recipients. And I'll name them off. Something kind of neat, we'd like to have a summary of the purpose of the grant or the dollar amount of the grant. Has there been previous grants to this recipient? Are there other grants that they received, such as federal grants, to the same grantee? And we're only asking to look back at the most frequent fiscal year. How many Minnesotans are served by the organization? And then reference a condition of receiving a grant from public safety. The grantee must agree to provide the commissioner any information necessary to complete the report. Now, quite honestly, this is a pretty modest request of those money that we, or those individuals and those organizations that we are offering taxpayer money for them to use for a specific purpose. And then once the, one other thing, are there any individuals that are non-Minnesotan that are receiving benefit from the grant? And we'd like to know that in comparison to the Minnesotans that would receive benefit. And then all we're asking for is in January 15th of 2026 that the commissioner submit a report to the legislature and to the appropriate legislative committee chairs and ranking members. Quite honestly, this may help us prioritize what we do with our funding. Funding that goes to nonprofit organizations, I certainly would never condemn all nonprofit organizations. Some provide a very, very useful purpose. I think even out of this budget, I can think of, well, previous to this, we were handling OJP, Office of Justice programs. Most of that was programs to youth programs to divert them from crime. Very, very appropriate. And they can get into populations that oftentimes government cannot. But nevertheless, there should be a little better focus, a little bit better tracking of where that money goes, how many people does it benefit, as listed in this amendment. So, Mr. President, I ask that we bring a little bit more accounting, a little bit more focus on the use of taxpayer dollars through this amendment, and I ask for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz on the A1 Limmer Amendment.
Mr. President, I appreciate the amendment. I think it'd be helpful to have this information for future analysis and accountability and evaluation of the effectiveness and the helpfulness of the grants that are appropriate, and I support the amendment.
The Secretary, Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I withdraw the roll call requirement.
Roll call withdrawn. All in favor of the A1 amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A1 amendment is adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before us expands some exceptions to the felony murder statute that we have, so I would like to offer the A23.
Senator Kroon offers the A23 amendment. The Secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, line 7, delete $579,340,000. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, this bill expands the eligibility for early releases and those convicted of felony murder, which will release more felons early and will send fewer people to prison in the future. This amendment simply removes those provisions from the bill. In the course, I should probably start, Mr. President, with what felony murder is, what we commonly refer to that, what it is. It's in the course of committing a felony level crime, a person is killed, Mr. President. And this rule is used in cases when a person did not actually pull the trigger or stab someone or do enough to be charged as an accomplice, but who was involved in committing the underlying crime that led to the person's death. This is an important tool for prosecutors, especially in cases involving gangs and drive-by shooting charges. Mr. President, my amendment actually needs to be paid for because under the current bill, fewer people will be in prison. This will eventually have a huge impact with estimates within 10 years, 100 fewer people will be in prison for being part of a crime that caused the death of another individual, and within 20 years, 174 fewer people. My amendment pays for it out of the Department of Corrections Administration Division. Mr. President, in 2023, the legislature changed the parameters for felony murder so that a person had to be a major participant in the underlying felony and show an extreme indifference to human life. That bill was debated back in 23, and whatever position people took back in 2023, the reality is now we're back at it again, chipping away at this law for the third year in a row, letting more criminals out of prison early. Mr. President, in my view, if you were involved in a violent assault or a drive-by shooting and were a major participant showing extreme disregard for human life, you should not be allowed to get out of prison early. The message we are sending people is if you're out with a group of people committing crimes and someone is murdered, as a state, we don't care too much. And that is the wrong message, especially for gang-related crimes and drive-by shootings. To make matters worse, Mr. President, the provision in this bill is retroactive, which means offenders will be eligible for early release and their victims will not be able to rely on the sentence that originally was handed down by a judge. Mr. President, it's bad enough that we've made 92% of the prison population eligible for early release under the MRRA, but now we're looking to add even more offenders to the early release list. This will not help make Minnesota safer, and we should be doing more to get violent offenders off the streets and not put them out of prison early. So with that, Mr. President, I encourage a yes vote on this A23 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Verbaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, back in 2021, the legislature, in a bipartisan manner, created an aiding and abetting felony murder task force. This task force met for several years. They passed a set of recommendations that we were able to pass in 2023, and they came back with well-researched recommendations in 2024, and those are the provisions that we see in the bill today. I just want to remind folks, the members of the aiding and abetting task force included an employee of the Department of Corrections, director of the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission, state public defender, statewide coordinator of the Violent Crime Coordinating Council, defense attorney appointed by the Minnesota Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, a metro area county attorney, a rural Minnesota county attorney, a police officer familiar with felony murder appointed by the Minnesota Sheriff's Association or the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, one person representing a victim rights organization appointed by the Senate Majority Leader, one impacted person directly related to a person convicted of felony murder appointed by the governor, and one person with expertise about the laws and practices of other states appointed by the governor. So again, this is the group of folks, the stakeholders that came together and voted on these recommendations. What I will say is that this is really about fairness, and it's not uncommon for accomplices to actually be convicted of higher level offenses than the primary actors. It's also not uncommon for them to actually serve longer sentences than primary actors. That's because we have issues in our current law that makes it easier to hold those accomplices accountable than the folks who've actually committed the murders. It shouldn't be easier to do that. This bill is really needed to right those wrongs, and it is important that folks that we make those changes prospectively and retroactively. So please oppose the amendment.
Any additional discussion on the A23 amendment before I go to the author? Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before I go to the author? Senator Kroon, you have the last word, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard about fairness. I would just like to ask this body, to ask the victims' families if letting people out involved in the murder of their loved one is fair, letting them out of prison early. And it's a cumulative effect, Mr. President. We've been asking for over 2 years now on every single, or virtually every single public safety matter, what's fair to the offender? What's fair to the person committing the crime? It's about time we adjust that question and start asking what's fair to the victims, what's fair to the victims' families. And that is the purpose of my amendment, to restore some balance. We've already diluted felony murder in this state back in 2023. We don't need to go even further now. We can put the brakes on, start talking about fairness, start talking about public safety, start talking about doing more for the victims of crime in this state, and that's what my amendment does, and I encourage all members to vote yes. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A23 Kroon amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. Members, please vote, including you, Senator Friends. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 31 ayes and 34 noes. The A23 Kroon Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A12 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moved to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, line 22, delete 824,336,000. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A12 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for bringing this bill forward. And I don't usually delve into the judiciary and public safety realm too often, but I do want to stand up and support my correctional officers in Faribault. Faribault is the largest prison in our state. So what I've been touring and hearing from our correctional officers is we need more correctional officers throughout the system. They're working overtime. They're having to cover shifts. It's getting better, but they're still under extreme pressure. They have the most violent offenders in our state, and they're protecting us from those offenders. So what this bill or this amendment would do would transfer some money from the admin division and give more money to our correction officers who, again, are protecting or who are at violent offenders in our prisons, and it also gives money to our county probation officers. We're seeing more and more people being released early, but we have to make sure that our community supervision is adequate. So this would also give money to our county probation officers. It takes about $22 million from the admin division, gives about $12 million to our correctional officers, and gives about $10 million to our county probation officers. So again, these are very difficult jobs. I've toured the prison many times. Try and get up there as often as I can, but when I run in to correctional officers at the post office or the grocery store or wherever I may be, I hear from our officers that we need more money for correctional officers. A lot of times we'll see admin side is heavily staffed, but our correctional officers, who are the first line of defense between us and the violent offenders, are short on money and short on officers. So with that, I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Jasinski, you spoke as if you were asking for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, don't often speak to the judiciary bill, but being that I represent two prisons in my district, Stillwater, a level 2, which is the largest closed security institution for adult males, and Oak Park Heights, the maximum security prison, level 5. It is so important that we support our correctional officers. They are working alongside some of the most dangerous criminals, not just in our state, but in the country. We heard on the Senate floor, and we had the family of Joseph Gom, who was murdered in 2018 by an inmate who bludgeoned him to death with a hammer. Like Senator Jasinski said, they are short-staffed, they're underpaid, and they have one of the toughest jobs in our state. Even a simple Google search, this has been a problem for a very, very, very long time. We are in need of correctional officers. And little known fact, one of our sergeants here on the floor is a former correctional officer at the Stillwater Prison. So if you have any more questions, you can ask him. And I, too, encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, I certainly support our correctional officers and our county probation officers. They do incredibly valuable work. The correctional officers have strong safety concerns within their jobs as well. The fact is that we've demonstrated that support on a bipartisan basis over quite a number of years now. If we go back even 5 years, the Department of Corrections was operating at such a low, with so many vacancies in these positions, that they had officers working overtime to the point of it being dangerous. They were short-staffed. They had officers leaving because they were getting better paying jobs down the road at fast food restaurants with no risk, or less risk, I guess, if they're eating the fast food that they're making there. It was a pretty bad situation. Since that time, in the last several years, the Department of Corrections has increased their staffing to 99% of authorized levels. They basically are fully staffed now at the authorized levels. Also, in the last several years, there's been a complete reworking of the formulas for our probation officers, initiated through a long-term discussion between the Department of Corrections and the three major systems that provide probation services in the state. So I actually feel really good about where we're at right now. That doesn't mean we couldn't do better. I do hear from the representatives of the correctional officers and the probation officers as well, and they still have concerns about levels of staffing and levels of funding and so on. I would note that there was a very substantial labor agreement settlement recently as well. It's part of the basis for the deficiency funding that we passed earlier this year for the Department of Corrections. Unfortunately, the amendment that you have before you, the A12, would completely zero out the Department of Corrections administration operating adjustment. It would zero out their admin. I want to say that again. It would zero out the administration in the Department of Corrections so that it could send $2.5 million each year to the CCA formula for 4 years. So there's your $10 million. And the remainder of it would go into the Department of Corrections institutions account, which is not only for the correctional officers, but it's also for all the other costs of operating the institutions. So the other personnel that are there as well, the mental health professionals that staff their mental health units, the janitors in the facilities, all the other operations in the institutions department. So it does not pinpoint benefiting their correctional officers directly in terms of increasing their pay or hiring more. Anyway, most of their pay or all of their pay is subject to the labor agreements, which are already in force and effect, and all while zeroing out the admin operations. So the amendment is just, while well-intentioned, would be a disaster in its implementation, and it wouldn't even accomplish what it's intended to accomplish. So for those reasons, I have to oppose the A12 amendment and ask for a roll call if it hasn't already been requested.
Roll call has already been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any other discussions before we go to the author of the A12 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Latz, for the discussion. Again, I don't hear from my people in the district that we need more admin staff or increase in the admin side. I hear that correctional officers, again, these are the people who are in front of the violent offenders every day, have the most stressful job, the most difficult job. That's what I hear from. I hear from these are where the issues are. I don't hear in my district, at my correctional facility, that we need more admin staff and more admin increases. So again, I'd ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A12 Jasinski amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
And Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
And Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
I'm sorry, the last one?
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A12 amendment, Jasinski amendment, is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue to try and get more support from my correctional officer. I'd like to offer the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A25 amendment. The secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, delete lines 8 to 11. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would delete the task force on mandatory minimums of $133,000. It's a one-time funding towards the Department of Correction Institution operating adjustment. You know, a lot of times with task force, it seems like they're created with already a product and an outcome already in mind. And if Democrats want to simply repeal the mandatory minimum sentences for crimes like killing a peace officer, then we should just go ahead and offer that type of legislation. This would delete the task force for $133,000 and give it towards our correctional officers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz to the A25 amendment.
Well, Mr. President, that was a rather bald statement about the intent or the goals of having a task force to evaluate current law to see whether it's accomplishing the intended purposes. There's no movement that I'm aware of, unless Senator Jasinski has been talking with people that I'm not talking with, to try to specifically delete any specific mandatory minimum sentences. So to make a statement like that, frankly, is pretty bald, I'll put it that way. But members, I don't think we ought to be against getting information so that our public policy decisions here are well informed and are based upon data and evidence and not just whim or political motivations. Now, I've got my own concerns with mandatory minimum sentences as a category. They are used throughout the statutes. There are mandatory minimum sentences in a broad variety of criminal convictions, and those supplement and frankly even distort the work of our sentencing guidelines commissions and the very detailed sentencing guideline grids and presumptive sentences that are contained therein, and the mechanism for aggravating or mitigating against those presumptive sentences. But that said, they are a part of our statutes, and it may well be that they are being implemented in a way that has undesired outcomes or unfair or unbalanced outcomes as sentences get imposed on people who are convicted of criminal offenses. Those mandatory minimums, by the way, also distort the negotiations between county attorneys or city attorneys and criminal defendants who sometimes find it necessary to work around statutory requirements of that nature when they are resolving cases as they are required to do in the interests of justice, which is their duties as particularly as government lawyers and as attorneys in our criminal justice system. So I think it's valuable to have a task force to gather information. It's the proposal in this bill, the language in this bill before us, is a well-balanced, evenly balanced, fairly balanced membership on a task force, not geared toward creating any particular outcome, but rather geared toward getting objective information, evidence, and recommendations. For the small amount that's proposed to be spent here, compared to a $3.5 billion budget, that kind of information will be valuable for those of us who create policy in the criminal justice arena And for that reason, I oppose the 825 amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call if it's not already been requested.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the Jasinski amendment. My observation over the years has been that task forces usually bring a result that's in the direction of where proponents have always wanted it to be. Now, is this going to be any different? Well, we probably don't really know, but if I were to guess, that this particular task force might suggest that we get rid of a mandated sentence. The legislature from time to time recognizes certain crimes as so heinous that it requires direction to a court. And it puts into statute a mandated sentence. We have it when someone uses a gun in the commission of a crime. We all kind of thought at one time that using a gun in a crime is the worst thing that a criminal can do. And we thought that that individual, when they do that, deserves some kind of prison time. Now, the courts don't always see it that way. They look at it and they kind of shrug their shoulders and say, this is a separation of powers thing. You can't tell the court what to do. Well, we have whole volumes of statute books that tell courts how to think and consider different things when there's disputes and when some of our private citizens go off the rails and do things in such an antisocial behavior that they deserve a reaction from law enforcement or the courts, because they represent the victims, they represent the people in Minnesota. And we in the legislature, we sometimes step into that and give, in the form of a statute, direction to the court that if a certain heinous crime happens, that it should deserve a mandated result upon conviction. Some of us think that prison sentences are a deterrent. Some of us think that it should be used as punishment. There's others in the correction field that think that correction should be a means to therapeutically change someone's behavior. But that's a little too far down the track. What we're talking about is the legislature is recognizing a sentence for the behavior of something so heinous that it deserves a direction to the judge. Judges still have the opportunity to tell us no, but I think we need to keep that mandated minimum sentence in the books because it gives a signal to the judge that we think that behavior, when there's a conviction, that it's so heinous it deserves a severe penalty. So I think Senator Jasinski is correct, and I think that should remain. I don't think we need a task force. If we want information, there's plenty of advisors in the judicial system and victims, law enforcement, that'll even take time out of their own personal schedule and come down here and tell us what to do in the form of a committee. So I don't think a task force is necessary in this regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the Jasinski A25. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I do respect and appreciate Senator Limmer's perspective on these issues, and I happen to be one who thinks that mandatory minimum sentencing is a separation of powers issue. I've made no secret of that over the years, but the fact is, my view is not the majority view, and the judges sentence according to mandatory minimums all the time. But I do think it's valuable to have more well-ordered and intentional gathering of data. So I want to tell you exactly what this task force would be charged with doing as you consider whether or not to delete the $133,000 and the substantive provision from this bill. The task force would be established to collect and analyze data on the charging, convicting, and sentencing of persons to mandatory minimum sentences, assess whether current laws and practices promote public safety and equity in sentencing, and make recommendations to the legislature. The membership in the task force, and I've said on this floor before that, and I agree with Senator Limmer, sometimes often task force membership determines the outcome. So I was very careful when I was presented with this proposal to look at how we ought to categorize or identify the membership. So here I think it's pretty well balanced. The Commissioner of Corrections or a designee, the Executive Director of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission or designee, a state public defender, the coordinator, statewide coordinator of the Violent Crime Coordinating Council, a defense attorney, 2 county attorneys, one from Hennepin or Ramsey and one from outside the 7-county metro area, appointed by the County Attorneys Association, those who are elected in their counties across the state to prosecute these crimes. A peace officer familiar with shooting investigations appointed by the Sheriff's Association, and the same type of individual appointed by the Chiefs of Police Association, a member representing Victims' Rights Organization appointed by the Senate Majority Leader, and a member of a statewide civil rights organization appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. One impacted person is directly related to a person who's been convicted of a mandatory minimum sentence or has been themselves been convicted, same appointed by the governor. A person with academic expertise regarding the laws and practices of other states relating to mandatory minimum sentences, appointed by the governor. So, members, this is a pretty well-balanced task force. We would never have another task force at all in this state if the default position were let's just rely on volunteers to come to our committees and tell us what they think about how we ought to do the laws. There's a reason why we have task forces, is to gather in one place people responsible for gathering data, talking about it amongst themselves, having the experts review this, and make specific kinds of recommendations to the legislature. I can't imagine why we wouldn't want that kind of data so that we can make intelligent and informed decisions as a legislature. That's why I oppose this amendment.
Members, any other discussion before I go to Senator Jasinski? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 825 Jasinski amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report that Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Gustafson votes no.
And Senator Gustafson votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires to vote? The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the 825 Jasinski amendment is not adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was reviewing some old, well, not old, but some committee hearings, and in there I was listening to some of the correction officers that had been testifying, and it got me thinking about some issues, and then so I talked to them, and what it has to do with, Mr. President, is the $3 million that we have in statute for free phone calls for inmates. And so, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A13.
Senator Green offers the A13 amendment. The Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, after line 11, insert. This is the A13 amendment. Senator Green, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. President, in speaking with correction officers and listening to the testimony, it appears something that was put in our statutes not long ago that was meant to help out the families of people that were in prison has not gone the way it was expected. And it appears as though, according to these officers, that much of these minutes that are being paid for on the phone are being used by gang members and in promoting that activity. It's not probably, well, I guess it is relevant. I was just watching KARE 11 News, and just today, this morning, there was a shooting in Minneapolis where multiple people were shot and 3 were killed, and the police suspect gang activity on that. And so with the money that we have in this policy or statute that we have granting free phone calls to inmates that are now apparently, according to these officers, being used up and manipulating this provision to promote gang activity, my amendment, what it does is it takes that money away from the phone calls and allows it to be put back into the corrections. And I know there was statements made earlier that Senator Latz believed that they were okay on their staffing, if I heard him right. But that's not what I'm hearing from the correction officers. They don't believe that to be true. And I think that this amendment would correct a wrong, maybe looking back and saying, hey, we made a mistake on this. It's not being used the way we want it. Let's get this money where it's needed. And so that is my amendment. Mr. President, I'd ask for a green vote.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Latz. Senator Umu Verbaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this amendment, which is going to break families apart. One-third of families go into debt just trying to stay connected to their loved ones who are incarcerated. And we know that keeping families connected has so many benefits. It helps people make those connections outside that are going to help them thrive when they are released. It also leads to safer environments because people are able to make the connections that they need to make while they are incarcerated. We made a really important step in 2023 to provide those voice communication services, and we're going to continue to do so because it is the right thing to do, and it's also ultimately the fiscally responsible thing to do because it is going to incentivize our department to get the best rates, the lowest rates for these services, and to not pay more than they need to because they're no longer receiving a commission on these services. I will also add that the FCC recently made a unanimous ruling in the summer on this issue because they understand that the cost of these services has gotten out of control. And I'm proud to have bipartisan support on the legislation to keep families connected. Vote no.
Any other discussion on the A13 Green Amendment before we go to Senator Green? Seeing none, Senator Green, final comments before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple more comments. If a policy is not working, even if it was had the best intentions moving forward. That doesn't mean we should continue it. In fact, we need to look at these things and see if they're working. The numbers that I have is before this law was put in place, before this $3 million was allocated to be spent for free phone calls, for now we're finding out that are mostly gang members, there was 300,000 minutes a year that were being used from phone calls from prison. When this was put in place, that jumped to 7 million minutes a year. And I have to believe the correction officers when they say this isn't families that are monopolizing this. This is activity that could be leading to unsafe situation for people who testified against these people, or running gang activity from within inside a prison. So we have to not look at what we think it's going to do. We have to look at what it is doing, and apparently it's not working. And so I would ask for a green vote. Again, Mr. President, thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A13 Green Amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Gustafson votes no.
And Senator Gustafson votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A13 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Pah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A8 amendment I'd like to offer.
Senator Paul offers the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Pah moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 197 after line 14, insert. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Paul, to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment updates the rent escrow actions statute in the tenant remedy statute by including references to the expanded definition of violation. This amendment updates and clarifies effective dates for certain landlord and tenant laws to clarify that those laws apply to estates at will, to leases entered into, renewed, or extended. This would be effective July 1st, 2025. I want to thank Chair Latz for considering this amendment and asking that members do support this amendment by voting green. And Mr. President, I do ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I appreciate Senator Pah having given me this proposed amendment yesterday, so I had time to review it and talk with counsel about it. I think it's a helpful clarification of existing law, and I support it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A8 Pah amendment. Senator Friends, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes yes.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Gustafson votes aye.
And Senator Gustafson votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted, who desires to vote? The secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 29 noes, the A8 PA amendment is adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this is a point of information, point of parliamentary inquiry, or maybe a point of privilege, but on that last amendment, I couldn't speak while the roll was open, but I literally had just been handed the amendment. The explanation from Senator Pa and Senator Latz, I was not able to fully digest, and I literally was just handed the amendment, waiting for the hard copy, and I was just reading the first sentence when you went for a roll call. So I honestly don't even know what that was. And so I wish I could have risen during the roll call to get a further explanation, but it was a little fast, and I'm just drawing this to your attention as I'm looking around here, and I heard a little bit of murmur from some of my colleagues around here. We're in the same boat. That was really quick on that amendment, so thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll try to slow down a little more in order to make sure that everyone is there. So thank you for that information, Senator Lucero. We'll now go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, despite Senator Lucero's request, I'm hoping this one goes quickly.
Thank you, Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A18 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 202, line 9, reinstate the stricken A. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this makes a small change to the guardianship communications provisions in the bill. I know Senator Dibble has worked on this. However, I got a note, and I'd just like to just highlight a couple of parts. It's from a parent with a 36-year-old developmentally disabled son. He's got 18 years experience as a guardian in 4 states, and he's been engaged in multiple disability and guardianship advocacy organizations. What he shared with me was he had restricted a former in-home support staff person who he had discovered sending sexual grooming texts and photos to his son. Based on his discovery, he thwarted it before any in-person meeting and any predatory abuse could occur. And while the risk at the moment may or may not have been imminent, it was certainly significant. And so, Mr. President, what we'll do is just change the word imminent to substantial so that we can help guardians protect their vulnerable adult children, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Latz to the A18 amendment.
Mr. President, members, I appreciate Senator Pratt bringing forth this amendment. This was considered in Finance Committee and was held off on while additional work and review was done in consultation with stakeholders and other legislators that are involved in this. I know that Senator Dibble has reviewed it. He's spoken with some of the guardianship stakeholders as he was the chief author of the guardianship provisions. So I appreciate the opportunity to go over this ahead of time. I think the language that Senator Pratt has landed on here works very well and will, as Senator Dibble told me, improves the guardianship statute. So I think it's a good amendment. I'd encourage members to vote green.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to build upon what Senator Latz said, I want to thank Senators Latz, Kroon, and yourself for helping me craft this in a way that everyone could come to agreement. Appreciate it.
All in favor of the A18 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A18 Pratt amendment is adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, after line 16, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this goes back to 2020. At that time, the governor wanted a supplemental budget. I believe the amount he was asking for back then was around $200 million. He didn't receive it, at least not in the time that he was hoping. And so one of the things that was used by the administration to try and bring about that supplemental budget was announcing that they were going to close 2 correctional facilities, one which is in the tiny town of Togo, which is in Senator Hochschild's district, and the other one in Willow River, which is in Senator Rarick's district. I don't think I'm overstating it to say that it was extremely traumatizing for the roughly 100 people that worked at those 2 facilities. I know one story from somebody who was working in Togo. He'd finally been able to purchase his first brand new truck. When he found out that they were going to close the facility and he was probably going to lose his job, he ended up selling that brand new truck at a loss because he knew he wouldn't be able to afford the payment. Lo and behold, they worked out a deal. They got the supplemental budget, and they found out that the facility was actually not going to be closed. It is my belief that the legislature funds state agencies, including the Department of Corrections. We fund these agencies with the assumption that they will continue to provide the services and keep the facilities open that we're told that they are funding. And for the Department of Corrections to say, well, you funded us, but now we're not going to keep this facility open and we're going to traumatize a bunch of workers by announcing that we're going to close, I think that's not the right way to do it. And so what this amendment does is that it prevents the closure of any prison, and it doesn't just prevent the closure, but also discontinuing the use of a correctional facility. I was recently told about mental health facilities, and there was a prohibition on closing those. And so what happened is they didn't close them, they just took all of the residents out of those facilities and said, well, now what are we going to do with this empty building? So what this does is it prevents closing or otherwise discontinuing a correctional facility so that this sort of thing doesn't happen to any correctional officers or any corrections workers ever again. So I would ask for a roll call and encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for your concern about the program. I do think the challenge incarceration programs are amazing, and I've visited some of the programs. I believe with Senator Senjum or Senator Bach, I can't remember which. Part of the problem is the backlog in asset preservation for all of our prisons and our programs. There is a huge backlog, and we're not keeping up with that. So I would recommend that you encourage the chair and the minority leader of the bonding committee to be sure we pass the bonding bill so we're keeping up with our asset preservation needs. So some of these facilities, they really do need work. And I don't remember if it was the Togo one or one of the others, but you know, they don't have enough recreational space. They just aren't able to keep up with the programming, with educational space. And we have 3 prisons that are over 100 years old. So the problem I see with this, and I would imagine that the legislature would have to be involved in this discussion, but we probably do need to look at closing one of our 100-year-old facilities. As I recall the history, when Oak Park Heights was built, it was the intention to close Stillwater, but we kept it open because we had a whole issue with mass incarceration and we had too many people in prison. So I'm hoping that with this new reform proposal that we will be able to finally reduce our prison population and provide the education and the training and the treatment services so that incarcerated persons are prepared to go back into civilian life. And I think that's one of the things that the Challenge Incarceration Program does so well, is it really prepares. I mean, these are a very high select group of incarcerated people that are really want to participate in this program. And we have a lot of people like at Rush City who also want to participate in educational programs, but there's no educational space there. So in the end, I'm going to oppose your amendment, but because it's a bigger problem. Thank you.
Members, we're on the A7 Farnsworth Amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, I'm going to encourage a no vote on the A7 amendment. It's a little bit unclear in existing law. We've had a chance to look at this, whether or not the Commissioner of Corrections has the authority under statute right now to completely shut down a facility. Although I suppose they could just stop directing prisoners to particular facilities, or could move, for example, the Challenge Incarceration Program to a different location if they wanted to do that. It's interesting that this would actually force, if this were to pass, it would force the expenditure of public funds for what may be determined to be an unnecessary purpose, to hold open a facility, even if mothballed in some way, and spend money to maintain it when it might no longer be needed. So that's a little counterintuitive to me. It seems to me we ought to be looking for ways, where appropriate anyway, to allow the closure of facilities, including Stillwater, which, frankly, we waste millions and millions of dollars a year in Stillwater just because we haven't put the money in to upgrade the facility. It's still a single-pane windows, which means just the heating bills in the middle of winter in Minnesota, although it's becoming less of a problem in recent years. You know, we're watching all that heat go right out through the single-pane windows. It's also, it's the oldest facility in the state, or the second oldest. It's over 100 years old. So I don't think we ought to be putting into law those kind of handcuffs on the commissioner in terms of right-sizing the facility setup for whatever population we have and whatever programs are being added. Although I'll tell you quite frankly, current trends historically have increased the number of people that go into prison. And certainly with the increased programming that we wish to have in prison to encourage people to get their GEDs or to get treatment for sexual offenses or for chemical dependency or to learn work skills, we need more programming space, not less. And therefore we need the facilities that we have. So I think this is a very unlikely eventuality. I don't think we ought to be putting this kind of handcuff in statute, however. So I'll oppose the A7 amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if everyone was listening to the author of the amendment, Senator Farnsworth. The area that he's talking about is literally a small town, outstate. There's a prison facility there. This could be we could take the word correctional facility out and just say state facility. Quite honestly, I think the legislature should be involved in announcing the closure of any state facility, but especially a correction facility. They're very heavy in personnel. The community relies on that resource to provide jobs, not only primary jobs, but secondary jobs for the community. I would think that they just deserve the notice and let their state representative or senator speak on behalf of them in their local town so they can maybe save this facility, maybe find a different facility to replace that one. It's a tremendous impact. We talked about the individual employee who had a lifelong desire to buy a brand new truck. And now that dream had been smashed by the movement of a facility. He didn't even have an opportunity to go to his state rep and ask for someone to represent him in the legislature. Quite honestly, we certainly get lots of advice from commissioners. We get lots of advice from the experts in the field. But if they're recommending a closure, quite honestly, I think we in the legislature need to know about that too. And we should have a say in it. So I don't think Senator Farnsworth is out of any league to ask that we become involved. It's simply common sense, and it's a courtesy to the people in that local community to have their voice heard in it. The decision still may go forward to close a correction facility, but somehow I just think that we should be involved in it in order to represent the people in that community. There could be schools that close, there could be other businesses that close. Different government functions might be moved to a little bit bigger town. There's lots of dominoes that fall when a correction facility leaves a rural community. So, Senator Farnsworth, thank you for bringing this forward and reminding us big city kids sitting here that we need to pay a little closer attention to the needs of outstate Minnesota and at least give them a public fair warning when a commissioner decides to close a facility. Thank you.
Members, any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I would just note that the amendment is not a notice provision. It doesn't say there has to be 60 days notice or anything like that. It's not a process bill. It doesn't say that there needs to be a process spelled out, A, B, C, to evaluate and take stakeholder interest, public comment, anything like that. If the commissioner is even considering closing a facility, and to look at it simply as a jobs program, keeping a government building open as a jobs program, well, I would suggest there might be more efficient use of tax dollars in creating jobs in communities anywhere in the state than operating a prison just for the purpose of keeping the jobs. That's a valuable consideration, but to me, there are better uses of our job development money than simply keeping prisons, which are very intensive use of our taxpayer dollars. So if Senator Farnsworth were to come forward with a more comprehensive notice and process bill, I think that would certainly be worth thinking about. But an outright prohibition like the A7 amendment, I can't support. Thank you.
Senator Farnsworth, you're the last voice we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pappas and Senator Latz. You make some good points. It is possible that we will have to close prisons, especially with the law that was passed a couple of years ago that is letting prisoners out earlier and earlier. So we may not need the number of prison beds that we've had. That is true. and I'm not going to deny that. But what this bill does, this is not a blanket ban on closing prisons. This just says that the Commissioner of Corrections and the governor have to come to the legislature. This is an expensive government asset, and I think the legislature should have a say in whether this expensive government asset remains open or remains closed. And it gives the legislature options if they want to come up with new funding, for instance, for some of the capital maintenance or for the ongoing operations. It gives the legislature ability to make part of this decision. And I think back to what happened in 2020, and I suspect that there was more of a political motive to that decision, because the governor wanted to get a supplemental budget. He didn't get it. And it just seems convenient to me that the governor and the Department of Corrections announced that they were going to close 2 facilities that were, by the way, the most effective at reducing recidivism of all of the prisons in our state. So the governor announced that he's going to close the most effective facilities in rural Minnesota. It just seems a little bit suspicious to me that maybe they didn't actually intend on closing these, but as a result of the political games that were being played, they traumatized, I think, 105, 106 employees. And the legislature should be part of this decision, and so I would ask for a green vote to make sure that the legislature is a part of making these decisions, these huge decisions in regards to these capital assets. Thank you. I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 Farnsworth Amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A7 Farnsworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A15.
Senator Lucero offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 110, after line 20, insert. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it was recently reported that a new policy that requires the Hennepin County Prosecutor's Office to consider a defendant's race when negotiating plea deals took effect on Monday, April 28th. In addition to its race-based provisions, the new policy makes other significant changes to how prosecutors handle cases. Mr. President, the amendment before us would not allow prosecutors to take a person's actual or perceived race, color, or ethnicity when making any decisions related to the prosecutorial process. I encourage a green vote and a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz to the A15 amendment.
Well, Mr. President and Senator Lucero, this is like most of the amendments here today, but this is the first that I've seen of this proposal. And it would have rather far-reaching potential consequences, or at least I think would need pretty thorough analysis because part of a job of a prosecutor, in fact, their principal ethical obligation is to do justice. And I would argue that sometimes making that determination would involve consideration of race or color or ethnicity, maybe not in the question of whether to charge a case, but in how a case gets handled, what outcomes are appropriate, because it's part of the overall fabric of who a person is and how they got to that point in their life and where they might be going with their life. And those are factors that I think we want prosecutors to factor in when they're deciding how to handle cases. So I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with a blanket prohibition such as is described here in the A15 amendment. So at this point, I think I do recommend that people vote no.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Lucero as the final word? Senator Lucero, to your A15 amendment.
Mr. President, members, justice must be colorblind. Justice should not include exercising racism when executing the judicial process and enforcing the law. I completely agree with Senator Latz. This would be far-reaching. The Pledge of Allegiance that we say every time at the beginning of session includes or ends with, and with liberty and justice for all. But what the Hennepin County prosecutor, Miriam Moriarty, and her office are seeking to do is have justice for some, but not others. We have a human rights statute which does not allow for discrimination based on race, ethnicity, color, and other factors, and that should also be taken into consideration to not have racist policies when enforcing the law or prosecuting. Members, don't allow radical prosecutors to drag us backwards. A green vote will be to end institutional racism, and a red vote would be to perpetuate institutional racism in Minnesota. Vote green on this amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A15 Lucero amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
And Senator Johnson Stewart votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A15 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A3 amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McQuaid moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 171, after line 17, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Members, Mr. President, the A3 amendment is really simple. There was news shared not that long ago that the Secretary of Health and Human Services would be creating a registry of people with autism. I had parents, teachers, family members, community members reach out really scared because there was no public plan to de-identify this information, and it was to link a whole host of information that currently does not link together. And so this amendment simply says that for the purposes of researching autism as a preventable disease, which is also not a thing, no identifying data can be shared from a business, corporation, government agency, healthcare provider. I ask for a green vote.
Any discussion on the A3 amendment?
Mr. President?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I support the A3 amendment. I appreciate Senator McQuaid sharing this with me ahead of time so I could evaluate it. I think it's important to make sure that this data is de-identified, and it fits in quite comparably with other provisions in the 325 series of chapters with regard to the enforcement mechanism through the Attorney General's office and through the Data Practices Act as well. So I think it's acceptable, and I encourage members to support it.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just had stepped out. Will Senator McQuaid yield for a question?
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator Abler.
And so, as I said, I missed her intro comments. Senator McQuaid, is this a bill?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment.
Senator Abler.
Madam, would she yield again for a question?
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator
Thank
Abler.
you, Senator McQuaid. I fully understand it's an amendment. Has at any point in this amendment's life, has it been a piece of legislation introduced in the Minnesota Senate in the last year or so?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment was drafted the day for the very first time that anyone ever suggested making a registry of people with autism, which happened for the very first time very recently.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and you can just understand my concern. I don't know we should have a registry either, but just very recently, like last Thursday, there was an amendment brought on the floor that was promoted by the very same author with good intent, Mr. President, I will say, about sex offenders and homeschool, and turns out it was also about sites for homeschools and all that, and I just was uncomfortable. I decided to vote for it because it made sense. And the explanation on the floor was actually somewhat incorrect about the scope of the amendment, and it's fired up a lot of people. And so I'm just nervous. There's a time to have an amendment adopted on the floor that makes sense. But I think if we're going to deal with autism, which actually, Mr. President, is a major topic that I'm involved in, would have been interesting that the good senator could have been and said, hey, I'm working on this. What do you think, too? And that would have been interesting, and build some support and talk about it. And so, Mr. President, I don't know what it does. I don't know the impact of it. And so today I'm going to vote no, even though maybe it's a wonderful amendment. I hope I'm not getting a postcard for voting against something that I didn't know what it said that may have actually caused harm or done good. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to raise a point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to raise a point of order under Rule 35.2 that the amendment in front of us is not germane. It relates to a substantially different subject, and I have advice if you'd like it.
Advice, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you look at the amendment, it relates to 325M.40, and there's nothing else in the underlying bill that relates to this subject. Therefore, it's intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose, substantially different subject.
Chair will take advice. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, as you well know, while the chapter into which a proposal is drafted is a factor to consider in determining germaneness, it's not necessarily the determining factor. It doesn't foreclose things. The real question is whether or not there are other purposes that are already found within the underlying bill. So there are other data practices provisions in the underlying Senate File 1417. There are also other provisions that relate to enforcement by the Attorney General and remedies under Chapter 13, which is the Data Practices Act. So at least a substantial portion of the A3 amendment can be found to be similar in purpose and intent and in coverage to other provisions in the underlying bill.
Further advice, Senator Miller.
Mr. President, yesterday it was the sole determining factor in several amendments that were offered on the Senate floor.
Point of order is not well taken. Further discussion on the amendment to A3. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been listening carefully to the discussion regarding this amendment. Any information regarding a person that may have autism would be a medical record, and we already have HIPAA, and we have the Minnesota Health Records Act that provides this very protection. So this amendment is not needed, and I would suggest we vote no. It's already in law. As for the Attorney General, he can make a decision to pursue any action he perceives. So quite honestly, I don't think we need this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Senator Limmer. We have HIPAA laws that we can't violate, and we can't share this information. I recently asked a doctor about autism, my wife, and she has a set of twins. They're identical twins. One has autism and one doesn't, and they're identical twins. So if there are outside environmental conditions that are impacting this, I think it'd be a good thing to know, just in the name of trying to help out children. So thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Wickland yield for a question?
Senator Wickland will yield.
Well, thank you, Senator.
Abler.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Senator Wickland. I have often wondered about how we could, as
search the cost of autism, and we've attempted this even back as long ago as 2011. Why people come and they get it more here and not elsewhere, and as it grows, and there's nothing but a whole bevy of opinions, and it seems like we're having a hard time figuring this out. Curious, Senator Wickman, my question for you is, it mentions in here that research and health providers would be, somehow affected by this. Could you tell me the effect on the research in Minnesota by this language, please, based upon your chairmanship of the Health Committee?
Senator Wickland.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, it looks like the amendment language specifically states that they cannot disseminate the following data by identifying an individual or any other data that could be reasonably used to identify an individual. I think that is the way a lot of research is done. It's by de-identifying data. And so it looks to me like if they do not de-identify the data, then they would not be able to disseminate it. And if it is de-identified, I don't see that it would be prohibited from being used in research. That's my first pass on reading this language.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your candor, and I appreciate your diligence in chairing the committee and the Health Committee and research and all. I'm not sure the impact of this amendment, Mr. Chair. I jumped a little quickly last week, and I decided to vote in favor of an amendment I did not fully understand. The good chair of the committee that serves us in the research, health research, in her best thought, first pass, looks like to me, Mr. President, I don't know, maybe I'm new here, but we do have a committee process. I do know if I have an amendment with this much data in it on the Human Services Bill, which we were talking about doing, we said we better pull that out because that's going to involve judiciary. And I'm just surprised that the chair of the committee, who is like the data czar, says, no, fine, have a bill full of data work that we're just going to do on the floor. I don't know how to vote. I think I'm going to sit this one out. And maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's not. But there is nothing worse, Mr. President, than the law of unintended consequences. We don't know if this will help or hurt research, if it'll protect somebody or not protect somebody. We just have a bunch of words on paper that a good person decided to write down. Not complaining. I do the same thing myself, Mr. President, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this is a really important topic, and I am not going to spend more time asking the author to yield about has she talked to the Awesome group? Has she talked to the different groups that deal with autism, that deal with autism research? Has she talked to the U? Has she talked to anybody else besides, I think we should put this in a bill? So members, I don't know what to do with this, but thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can answer that question. Many self-advocates, often with autism rights organizations, oppose registries. Members, this is about a registry. This is about protecting people with disabilities from being registered. What do we know about registries? The historical evidence of registries used in society. In Minnesota, they had one in the 30s. Matter of fact, the good senator from Anoka, we took out laws in 2012 and 13 that still had these eugenics programs at the University of Minnesota. This is what this is about. This is assuring protection for our most vulnerable in the state of Minnesota. Please vote yes for this amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And similar to Senator Abler, I'm not comfortable voting for this amendment either. The other day on the floor, one popped up and we only got a partial explanation of it. Something this big that could actually prohibit scientific studies from going forward and not knowing all the implications. Something like this should have gone through the committee process. We should have had both sides tell us what this would implicate their families or their industries. But we got nothing to this, just an amendment on the fly because something happened in the news yesterday. That's not how we do business here. These things there is a process. Would Senator Hoffman yield?
Senator Hoffman is not on the floor. Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, if, say, this surprise amendment on the floor that none of us had heard anything about, would this be a bill that you would have heard in your committee?
Senator Hoffman.
So, thank you, Mr. President. And the answer to the question is no. What is that relevant to do? The fact is something happened in the last couple of weeks where a certain federal person started talking about registries. And I'll tell you what, when you start talking about registries, to me or to anybody who understands registries, those of you on your little computers, look up Hadamar right now. Just go ahead and Google Hadamar. And you talk about registries that occur that scares the living bejesus out of me. And this is what Senator Abler and I wrote about when we talked. There's a couple of articles. You could say Abler and Hoffman article about eugenics. You could do Abler-Hoffman article about assisted suicide. It's the same argument. Now I'm going to have this database of information on something. For what? What's the purpose of having a database of information? Tell me why you want a database on people. This should be something that we absolutely support and move forward. I absolutely would like a strong yes on this. And to answer to the question that the good senator from, I don't know, Stillwater, or wait, do you live in Stillwater? Yeah, Stillwater has, is absolutely, this has got to deal with human services, so bring it.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that's exactly the process I wish she would have brought it through the committee process. Then we all could have heard from all sides, everybody who had concerns. We would have been able to hear that in committee instead of a surprise amendment on the floor. So I'm not comfortable voting for it. I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am also appreciative of the conversation here. Would Senator Hoffman yield?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hoffman, for your passion on this issue. I'm not familiar with what you're referring to, and as I've been looking through the bill here, I am looking for the word database or registry. Is that in this language anywhere?
Senator Hoffman.
The mere fact of, Mr. President, of collecting data is to establish a registry. What is the purpose of collecting data? And if you look at it, we're protecting people from this fact of them collecting data so a registry is not created. If a registry is created, then all of a sudden you have a list of people. And let me ask, will the good senator from Otsego yield?
Ms. Senator Lucero still has the floor, so we can't ask another member to yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment yield?
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. As I read this amendment, and as I just heard Senator Hoffman describe, I'm hearing database and registry, which is a collection of information. But your amendment, as I read it, is referring to the dissemination of information, not the housing or storage of information. Can you confirm if your amendment here refers to, and did I miss it, database or registry or the collection or housing of information?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. The answer to the question, I'll just lay out what has happened. So the Secretary of Health and Human Services announced that a man with no medical degree who has been punished in the state he lives in for practicing medicine without a degree or a license was going to oversee an autism registry. And they were going to compile huge sets of data that are currently not linked together, private data from healthcare providers, private data from education, data from your Fitbit or your Apple Watch, and they were going to put it all together and give a whole swath of researchers access to this, identifying information. So this amendment says that identifiable information, individuals' names, birth dates, addresses, telephone numbers, or emails, or any other data that could identify an individual cannot be transmitted for the purposes of researching autism as a preventable disease, which is a whole other issue, but that was the whole purpose of this registry. So we are targeting the specific purpose for the registry and using the specific way that they talked about creating the registry and how, with no public plan to keep identifiable information private, just saying that specific information cannot be transmitted, and that is what this amendment does.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McQuaid. Would she yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Does your amendment allow for consent or is it a flat-out prohibition, regardless if consent is indeed sought?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for the business provider or government entity. An individual can transmit whatever data of their own they would like to anybody.
Senator Lucero.
Would she yield for another question?
She will. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. If an individual who owns the data or is the guardian or steward or fiduciary over a set of data, child, can they grant authority, consent to a business entity, to a healthcare provider, to a government entity, as you have it defined? Can they grant consent to have the information disseminated on their behalf?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. They can always do that through a form.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, if this were to become law, that what I just laid out would not be permitted. Allow me to highlight here briefly. Dissemination prohibited. A business, healthcare provider, or government entity must not disseminate the following data for purposes of researching autism as a preventable disease. It does not give permission for a parent to allow that government entity, to allow that business entity, to allow that healthcare provider to transmit. Maybe they want to allow their child to be a participant in some kind of a research study. And even with that affirmative consent, it would be illegal for that healthcare provider to do so. This exactly is the reason why this type of language, when we're dealing with data practices, absolutely needs to go to committee. There are many unintended consequences unthought of when drafting amendments like this on the fly. It is a long-standing practice in both bodies that when we're dealing with data practices, it needs to go to the committee that has jurisdiction over data practices. There are many unintended consequences on this. And those are just a few that I've thought of on the fly, and other members. This needs to have the review of stakeholders. It needs to be able to have the testimony, and it needs to be thoroughly vetted, because this right here is not ready for prime time. It has unintended consequences far-reaching beyond the immediate concern of some headline that Senator Hoffman and Senator McQuaid may have read. We absolutely need to vote this down. Thank you. Or have it re-referred to committee as the bill and have it vetted before it shows up as an amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler. Senator Abler, or you're passing? Or?
Well, thanks, and not to belabor it, I didn't know we'd be spending so much time. And this is just an example, I think. I mean, I have a great deal of regard for Senator McQuaid. I understand what she's trying to get to. Senator Hoffman's been trying to help me understand the need. But I just want to point out what this bill is not going to do on the fly and all this. And so the reason you're collecting this is so you don't research autism as a preventable disease. It doesn't forbid the collection of data by whomever to decide services. It doesn't decide how are they doing in school. It doesn't decide all kinds of things that we can create a registry for other purposes, and then that registry could somehow be used for the purpose you're trying to avoid here. All I'm saying is this is a worthy thought. I'm going to stay off the board, Mr. President. It'll pass or it won't. If it goes on, could we please work together in the way the Senate's known for to make this accomplish the purpose that it's designed to do? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if the amendment author would yield for a few questions.
Will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McQuaid, does Autism Speaks support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid.
Sorry, Mr. President, I apologize. Can the question be repeated?
Senator Nelson, one more time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McQuaid, does Autism Speaks support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. A myriad of autism advocacy groups, parents, and individuals support this amendment, not just one group.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not know if I heard an answer to the question, does Autism Speaks, the major U.S.-based organization for its extensive lobbying, supporting lobbying efforts, supporting activism, and for supporting people with autism. I'm just simply asking, does Autism Speaks support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the answer to that question, I would caution of delving too deep into the complex myriad ways in which the self-advocacy network exists. Some folks might disagree with that categorization of that organization.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take that as a no. Senator McQuaid, does Autism Society of America support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid is waiting to yield.
Will Senator McQuaid yield, please?
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it should just be known that no autism advocacy organizations support a registry of people with autism or autistic people. That is, I can say that with 100% clarity.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator McQuaid yield?
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to be very clear again. There are no autism advocacy organizations that support a registry, so efforts to keep identifiable information off of autistic registries is supported.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I have a comment if Senator McQuaid will yield.
She will yield. Senator Nelson.
Senator McQuaid, does the Autism Society of Minnesota support your amendment?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, all autism advocacy organizations support keeping people off of registries of people with autism.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, where in your amendment, Senator McQuaid, does it say anything about prohibiting a registry? I find your answer quite evasive. Your amendment does nothing to prevent a registry. With that, Mr. President, I will cease my questions. Thank you.
Any other comments on the A3? Senator McQuaid, final comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, I just want to be really clear. It has been a long time and from a dark part of our history that we've created registries of people with disabilities. This announcement that there would be a registry of autistic people and people with autism sent shockwaves. Like, people were crying in my office worrying about, like Senator Hoffman said, a registry for what? And then what happens? There is important research to be done on autism. There are important things to learn. There's certainly support and services needed for families and for individuals. This amendment prevents identifiable information, names, birth dates, addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses, things that you would use to create a registry of individuals with autism from being transmitted from the state of Minnesota to said registry makers. I really hope I can count on a green vote for this amendment because the community is very much asking for this.
The Secretary will take the roll on A3. Senator Friends, for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All members voting with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 aye votes and 29 nay votes, the amendment is adopted. Further amendments, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A16.
Senator Draheim offers the A16. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 166, after line 26, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real simple amendment here. I think we can get it on. It just simply states that after 14 days, the recording video of an elected official charged with a felony shall be released. And, you know, we all swore an oath when we got elected, and I believe that we should be held to a higher standard. And part of that being held to a higher standard is being very transparent and leading by example. And I think if there are felony charges brought amongst one of us, the people that elected us have the right to see firsthand any video recordings of that felony arrest. So please support the A16.
Senator Latz to the A16 Draheim Amendment.
Mr. President, members, I rise to oppose the A16 amendment. Whether you're an elected official or not, you're entitled to due process. The data release provisions for body cameras and other recordings as a part of a criminal investigation have been subject to quite elaborate process determinations set forth in statute. They were the product of a great deal of stakeholder conversation and input and ultimately consensus quite a few years ago. And they're there for a reason. It's to make sure that videos have time to be redacted. It's to make sure that the release of a video to the public doesn't compromise the investigation and also doesn't compromise the rights to due process of the subject of the investigation. Even if they are already charged, there's often additional investigation that continues beyond the date of charging or the initial probable cause for arrest determination. So it's a much more complicated conversation than simply a person who's charged with an offense as an elected office holder. So for that reason, I'd encourage a no vote on this, and I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Limmer, can you provide clarity? Would you like the roll call for the... Huh? Yeah. Would you like the call of the Senate to be just for the amendment or for the duration of the bill?
Let's just for the duration of the bill.
For the duration of the bill, thank you. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that Sergeant of Arms be instructed to bring in absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we are on the A16 Draheim Amendment. Any other discussions before we go to the author, before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Draheim, you will have the last word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pretty straightforward, members. One of us charged with a felony, the public has a right to know, and we very often, I've heard members of this body on social media requesting for certain individuals to have the body cam footage released right away. And we should be held to a higher standard, and we should automatically release that within 14 days, like the bill or the amendment states, and let the public decide. There will still be due process, but we should be held to a higher standard. So if you believe that elected officials should be held to a higher standard, and if you believe in transparency, vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 Draheim Amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Seeberger votes yes.
Senator Seeberger votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires a vote? The Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 30 nays, the Draheim Amendment, the A16, is adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A22 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16, delete lines 8 to 18 and insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A22 amendment deletes the Violence Prevention Project Research Center funding of $250,000 each year and instead funds school grants throughout the state to help young kids preschool through 4th grade know what to do if they see a gun laying around. It could be the Eddie Eagle NRA program that's being taught, or it could be any other curriculum. The amendment does not specify, but I will tell you, members, the NRA has a great curriculum. It tells the young kid to stop, don't touch, run away, and tell a grown-up. And Mr. President, if we're going to be spending money in this bill on things, we should be spending it on things that actually help make a difference and improve the problems that we see in society. Instead, we have another grant that seems to almost be a perennial grant to this Hamlin University Research Center which, by the way, Mr. President, I did some research on this nonprofit expenditure as well. No member in this body, but Representative Feist, who has a companion for this provision in the House, accepted a large contribution from the executive director of this project. The pattern continues, Mr. President. If this is again a nonprofit organization where members of the legislature are writing bills to fund projects and organizations of their friends, and we're seeing then campaign money come back to the legislative member to fulfill the circle of political life, that is not something that is in the public policy interests of this state and the people who generate this money through their hard labor. So, Mr. President, I'd ask for a roll call vote and ask people to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
A roll call has been granted, requested, and a roll call has been granted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to enlighten the body about the Violence Prevention Center and how I learned about them. I learned about them through a Zoom call with my school district, because my school district had asked them to come in and do some training on gun violence prevention. They're the ones that have the nationally known research and training programs for the schools. So it absolutely makes no sense to delete the funding for them and their good work. And this is just, I believe, the second time we funded them, and at a much lower level. And then turn around and tell the school districts to look for somebody who provides this curriculum, when it's this very organization that's providing the guidance and the curriculum for school districts. So this is a crazy situation. Also, I asked the member in the other body if she would carry this legislation. She had no prior connection with this group whatsoever. It's me who has the connection. Thank you, members.
Any other discussion? Senator Latz to the 822 Juskowski Amendment.
Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski, certainly it'd be helpful for kids to learn how to deal with guns in the schools. We'd be better off if they learned all of that information from their parents. And if we were to prevent gun violence from intruding into schools in the first place, we have lots of programs in place to try to do that, but for years we have had to fight to get that kind of funding through the legislature. But the place that this money is coming from, as Senator Pappas already stated, is enormously important to help us identify causes and ways to prevent violent crime, including gun violence. And in fact, the appropriation specifically identifies that the research center must place an emphasis on issues related to gun violence. So it really would be comparatively short-sighted to reduce funding for that kind of cutting-edge, data-driven research. And the last thing I'm going to say is that there already is was $70 million pot of money. Now, based on the first couple of amendments that we adopted here today, about $62 million source of money, the Community Crime and Violence Prevention account, from which school districts that wish to implement gun accident prevention programs could seek funding. So there is plenty of funding available for exactly this purpose. There's no need to zero out the kind of important research that's necessary for us to try to prevent gun violence in the first place. I would oppose the amendment.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Juskowski to your 822 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a yes vote, members. This organization that is included in the bill primarily focuses on research around mental health and its relationship to mass shootings. It largely does not focus on the area that this amendment does. This amendment would, Senator Latz and others, not only apply to kids in schools, but equip them for everyday life as they work or live and grow throughout society. And it really is not anything to do with school-specific environments. It would just happen to be that the training would be received at the school. So this would ensure that this money actually gets put to use, Mr. President. The organization that's receiving the money now is selling books on Amazon with the past contributions that have come to it from likely the legislature and others. But instead, this would actually go to work to help make life safer for our youngest kids. I appreciate the support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A22 Drazkowski amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Mann, are you voting? All senators, nope. All senators having voted, who desires a vote? The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 nays, the A22 Drazkowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. We were under call and one member had not voted. Can you remind us what the rules are when we're under call?
Rules is that we're under call, you should come into the chamber, but if someone elects not to come into the chamber, that is their prerogative.
So under call doesn't really matter, Mr. President, as it sounds like. I will review that rule. Thank you for that. Mr. President, I move the A14 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14 Drazkowski amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 74, after line 7, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I brought this amendment yesterday. It relates to the phenomenon that we continue to uncover and discover here in the legislature around this massive amount of funding of nonprofit organizations by members of the legislature. Last biennium, $1.1 billion went to nonprofits earmarked by legislators in this chamber and the one across the street as well, or across the hallway, I should say, as well. So what this does is says that if a legislator receives a contribution, a campaign contribution, within 3 years of writing a bill for a nonprofit organization from a member of their executive board, or if a legislator writes a bill and then receives funding, campaign funding within 3 years afterwards. In both of those instances, the legislator would be guilty of a crime, and this makes him guilty of money laundering and public corruption as a legislator that would practice that behavior, much as we've been talking about a lot recently. And Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call and ask for your support.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. Senator Latz.
I'll put on my other glasses so that I can see you, Mr. President. Members, I'm just trying to digest this amendment that was just presented to me. And for one thing, I doubt whether or not we could constitutionally pass a law that prohibit a legislator from authoring any particular kind of bill. I also think that would be a horrible precedent to set. And I'm not sure that we could criminalize acceptance of a campaign contribution from any particular organization. I don't know a lot about the campaign finance laws in that regard, but I suspect the Elections Committee, I think, would be the right place to consider those elements of the proposal before us. This is drafted into Chapter 609 because there's a criminal consequence to a violation of it. But I think that this is something which, if we were to consider it, a committee would need to have a pretty substantial hearing to take input from stakeholders, other legislators, have a meaningful discussion. And I think this would at least need to be seen by two separate committees for that kind of a thoughtful committee hearing process. So at this time, I would encourage a no vote.
Any other discussion on the Jaskowski A14 amendment? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, rise for a parliamentary inquiry.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, on the last vote, there was 33 no and 32 yay, yet we're missing one vote. Is there one member
Senator,
excused in this body?
Senator Westrom, that is not something that requires my immediate attention, but once we are finished with what is before the body, then I'll be happy to come back to you.
Well, Mr. President, my parliamentary inquiry is, do we have a member excused today?
Senator Westrom, I've already given you my notion, which is under the rules, if it's not a emergency or requires urgency, then we will come to it later. So with that being said, we are on the A14 amendment.
Mr. President, I rise to a point of order. Mr. President, under Mason's, a parliamentary inquiry is a motion that has higher precedence than an amendment. Is that not true?
Under Mason's, it is the presiding officer's responsibility to determine if the parliamentary inquiry requires an immediate response. And my ruling is that it is not an immediate response. We are on the A14. Any other discussions before we come back to the author of the A14?
Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, I encourage everyone to vote for this amendment to help us bring an end to this corrupt behavior we're seeing in this legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The secretary will
Mr.
take
President.
the role. The secretary will
Mr. President, I rise to a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President.
You're not being recognized, so please have a seat. Senator Westrom, please have a seat.
Mr. President, I rise to a parliamentary inquiry.
You're out of order, Senator Senator Westrom. You will be orderly on the floor. I am not recognizing you at this particular time. So please be respectful and have a seat. The secretary will take the roll on the A14 amendment.
So how do you find?
Members, please vote. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A14 Drazkowski Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. A point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Rule 38.4 and Rule 41.3, I'm wondering if I can get your response. But when a call of the Senate is put on, it requires the majority of the whole Senate to excuse a member from the call. We did not excuse any members when the call was put on. And according to Rule 41.3, under members to vote unless excused, it says members who fail to vote, that a majority of the whole Senate may direct the president by motion to close the roll. Mr. President, that has not been happening here. And can I get a ruling as to why we have not been following these two rules here in the Senate?
So give me one moment. Members, thank you so much for your patience. Let me walk you through this as best as I can. So under Rule 38, a member may impose a call of the Senate, and a call of the Senate was done. And under 38.4, a majority of the whole Senate may excuse members not answering the call. The person came in and answered the call. Then if you go to Rule 41, 41.1, every member who is in the chamber during the roll call, including the committee, including in the committee of the whole, may vote upon the request of another member unless excused by the Senate. The person was not in the chamber. There was not a request for that person to vote because they were not in the chamber. So that is it. Now, I want to say that this matter is not before the body, but I'm answering your inquiry. Senator Rare.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a further description, when you said that we made a motion and excuse members, I believe the motion was to end the roll call and instruct the sergeants to bring the absent members in. We did not vote to excuse anyone, if I recall correctly, Mr. President.
Senator Rare, just so that, again, we can talk about this offline as well, but your question was pursuant to Rule 38. And pursuant to Rule 38, what you asked about was 38.4, may excuse members not answering the call. The call was answered. So let me get to Rule 41. Rule 41, a person can stand and ask to be excused, and then the body would have to vote on that. No member stood and asked to be excused because the person was not in the chamber. If they're not in the chamber, then there's nothing at that particular time that can be done. Had the person been in the chamber, they could still sit there unless there is a request for from one member to the body for that member to vote. So I've given as much information as possible. I've conferred with the front desk, and that is my answer. So thank you. And Senator Rarick, we can certainly talk more offline if there's something that needs to be stated. Members, we are on House File 2432 as amended. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File number 2430.
Senator Clark.
My apologies, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer the A30 amendment.
Senator Clark offers the A30 amendment.
Mr. President, the A30 amendment is...
Senator Clark, you have to wait for them to report the amendment. So the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Clark moves to amend House File number 2432 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 89, after line 14, insert. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Clark, to your A30 amendment.
Mr. President, the A30 amendment changes the name Chemical Dependency Assessment to Comprehensive Assessment to modernize the language. The amendment also directs the court not to order the person convicted of an offense to pay the cost of $25 comprehensive assessment if they are eligible for medical assistance for the Behavioral Health Fund, and directs the reviser of statutes to substitute the term comprehensive assessment wherever it appears within the relevant chapter.
Any other discussion on the A30 amendment? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I was actually the chief author of this, but I wanted to thank Senator Clark for being the most diligent fourth author, I think, perhaps in the history of the Senate, Mr. President. And he was able to present this in the Judiciary Committee, which was actually pointed out that he was the fourth author. But in my idea, he's number one. That's a good amendment, and it will be very good. So it's his first amendment on the floor, so something to celebrate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A30 amendment before we go to the author for final words? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Latz yield?
Senator Latz, will you yield? Yes, he will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, I'm supportive of the amendment, but I thought Senator Clark said that it eliminates a fee. I'm just wondering if that puts your bill out of balance.
Senator Latz, to the question. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Miller, my seatmate here, Senator Clark, tells me the fiscal note on the underlying bill showed a de minimis cost, so that does not put the bill out of balance. Also, frankly, as a matter of practice, it's not uncommon for the courts to waive it anyway, so the number of times it's actually imposed varies quite a bit, but it's a $25 assessment charge was the amount that is being waived here.
Senator Miller, nothing else? Any other discussion? Oh, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion under Rule 35.2 that this is not germane. Chapter 169A is not in the title of the underlying bill.
Do you want advice, Mr. President?
Advice.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As the chief author of this bill, it's all about the courts, it's about fees, and we've kind of agreed that just because the number's not there doesn't mean it's not germane. This is the place that this bill would be germane. It's been through committee, and it's not even controversial, but I understand the germaneness argument, but I urge you to find that the point of order is not well taken. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as we saw yesterday, we're taking a very narrow view of what is germane and what's not germane, and I'm just hoping that we have consistency in the decisions from the President's desk. But as I mentioned, 169A is not in the title of the bill and therefore should be ruled not germane.
Members, the point of order is well taken. Members, any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2432, a bill for an act relating to state government, providing for judiciary, public safety, corrections, and government data practices policy.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Senator Latz and my co-authors on the anti-notification bill for all of their work. This is going to be an incredibly important piece of legislation for folks who might not be on the Commerce Committee or the Judiciary Committee. Right now, there are apps, platforms, and websites where you can go on your phone and you could take a picture of anybody, someone you saw in the grocery store, a kid in a park, and you could turn them nude, make AI pornography out of those pictures. It is technology that does not need to exist, and it's used to harm children and people, in particular women. In fact, a week after we heard this bill for the first time in judiciary, it was revealed that there was a Minnesota school worker who had been taking photos of children he worked with at school and turning them into AI pornography, allegedly. So members, this is just incredibly important nation-leading legislation, and I'm so proud to have chief authored it, and thank you to my co-authors who helped work on it with me, and I'm really, really grateful that it is in this bill.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I just want to speak very, very briefly about two parts of this bill that I was very proud to carry this year. It is with great pleasure that we are finally providing some funding for the Minnesota Family Resiliency Partnership. And this was a bill that had bipartisan support from not only Senator Pappas, of course, but Senators Housley and Limmer. And I know this is something that Senator Limmer has been a champion of for many years. The Family Resiliency Partnership has been a trusted pre-employment and family stabilization program provided by a network of 6 regional partners across the state. It is the only program in the state specifically designed to help displaced homemakers address their unique barriers as they try to re-enter the workforce. This program has not had an increase in their funding for, I believe, more than 20 years. And it was with a great deal of satisfaction and gratitude that we were able to find funding for that bill. And the second bill that I would mention is that once again this year we have provided some supplemental nonprofit security financing to help nonprofits, especially institutions such as religious institutions and so forth that are often under threat. And so we certainly appreciate the fact that the work of our committee this year again found money to fund this program. Generally speaking, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, this was a good year, and this committee does a lot of hard work, a lot of thoughtful work. We have many, many long conversations and discussions about policy, and the work often is very collegial and very bipartisan. And I do want to thank Chair Latz for his leadership and his thoughtfulness as we have moved things forward this year and every year. And I also want to thank Vice Chair Umu Verbaeten, again, who brings incredible thoughtfulness to the work that we do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carlson. If you're not going to speak, just say you're not speaking. Thank you. Senator Pappas, who's not in the chamber. Senator Umu Verbaeten.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really enjoy serving as vice chair of this committee, and want to thank Senator Latz for his partnership and for including so many of my bills in this omnibus. And of course, want to thank our amazing staff. This bill includes $6 million for crime victim services, and I want to highlight that today as it's the last day of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Also want to thank Senator May Quaid for all of her work on the AI notification bill. We made sure that any money from those lawsuits after victims are made whole also goes into crime victim services, which is really facing a crisis right now. I want to thank Violence Free Minnesota, the Minnesota Alliance on Crime, the Justice for All Coalition, all of our shelters across the state, all of the advocates who support victims of domestic and sexual violence who are doing really life-saving work. And we need this money desperately with all the cuts that are coming from the federal government. I hope we can protect this investment as we move on into conference committee. I also want to highlight the needed, well-researched, recommended reforms to aiding and abetting murder statutes. I want to thank Greg Egan, who is the chair of the task force, as well as all the task force members for their countless hours of work to provide the legislature with these recommendations. I have to thank Tony Cater, Linda Martinson for their years of advocacy on this issue. as well as Brianna Martinson, who was able to testify, had a really powerful story to share with our committee, not only on the need to reform the aiding and abetting statutes, but also to correct the resentencing dates. I am also excited about the inclusion of the wage theft subpoena provisions, which is really going to give attorneys the tools they need to combat wage theft. And I want to thank the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for leading on this growing issue. And lastly, this bill includes a really important provision to make sure that people don't face criminal charges for possessing bong water. When we criminalized drug paraphernalia in 2023, we did that as an important harm reduction measure, and this bill really closes a loophole that is treating water the same as the pure substance. I got a text message from Senator Seeberger this summer saying, I thought that we fixed this issue. And then we quickly worked to get this drafted. I want to thank her for co-authoring. I want to thank Curtis Hanna, the ACLU, for all of their expertise. And I want to thank Luke Gudmundson, a student at the Humphrey School of Public Affairs who worked with me this year on this bill as a part of his practicum and did a tremendous job. With that, members, please vote yes.
Members, I'm going to go to Senator Limmer and then to Senator Latz, but I want to make sure there's no one else that wants to speak before we go to Senator Limmer, who is the lead, and then the author of the bill being last. I want to make sure that no one jumps up and interferes with that, so I want to make sure I give you an opportunity if you want to say something now. Seeing none, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to thank Senator Latz for leading the charge on an omnibus judiciary bill. They're always, they always have a collection of controversial as well as non-controversial issues. This particular bill is no different. Uniquely, I'd like to thank Senator Latz for accepting the amendments on using a little bit of a pinch of the funds from the Community Crime and Violence Prevention Grant to facilitate law enforcement training for a full allotment, as well as a nod toward the need for VSET funding. That's vitally important for our law enforcement, as well as the communities that they serve. In this particular bill, there's a number of provisions in it that are good. There's a number of them. However, there is some concern. We were a bit hamstrung by the economic condition of this state in this budget year, just like every other division is. However, we did allow the use, as I said, of the Community Crime and Prevention grants. They actually received money from part of the $18 billion surplus that was spent last year. And it's good to know that at least some of it is recognized for efficient use by law enforcement, especially in their training. As I look at the bill, it still has a few shortcomings in it. There is a concern that we are not addressing the governor's request for full operating adjustments in some of these departments, especially in the area of the Department of Correction operating adjustment. And there is some concern by underfunding. It may lead to some facilities that might be closed. That is the fear, a legitimate one. It does recognize the release of more current inmates who were instrumental in some part in committing a felony that may have resulted in murder. That could result in 100 prisoners in the next 10 years, and up to 170 inmates in the next 10. It does obfuscate more of what our government is doing with certain data on Minnesotans. The formerly known group called MinCoji was concerned about some of the data provisions that government holds and how that's been relaxed in this bill. It removes a tool that prosecutors use for pregnant women who use illicit drugs, prohibiting the use of neglect or endangerment of a child. It raises court filing fees, and we worked so hard in 2017 to bring those down. Those are back up. You know, not everyone can afford an attorney, and oftentimes people that going through economic tough times, they can't afford one either. And so, quite honestly, I think we could have held the line on that a little bit. It addresses immigration consequences for those persons in criminal justice system who receive stays of adjudication, some of which have even been violent crimes. County attorneys have concerned about this language. County attorneys also have a concern, as I mentioned, about the prosecution for pregnant women who use illicit drugs. I don't believe those concerns were adequately addressed. And there's a little bit of a redundancy in the civil commitment area by expanding the Attorney General's bureaucracy, by giving the Attorney General authority to pursue those particular issues. Sue Abderholden from NAMI was especially concerned because in part, people are doing the same amount of work by bringing charge or concerning the issue of bringing charged persons to a level of competency to stand trial. That work is already currently being done, and we're waiting for those reports. Senator Jan Jasinski also brought up the inadequate correction officer budget. One thing I might want to mention, there's been times when we've been almost fully up to full staff, but correction officers have told me that by recruiting correction officers, after a very short time, 3 to 6 months, those individual candidates realize that that job just isn't for them. And believe me, not everyone is made out to be a correction officer. And so there's a pretty rapid turnover on that, so we're going to have to keep working on that. And I still believe that salaries and compensation is part of that. All in all, the bill does address some immediate needs. However, I feel that due to the issues that I raised, I sadly will not be able to vote for this bill. And it's my hope that we can come back with a little bit better bill after conference committee. We also did not get a chance to address the Correction Officer Bill of Rights, something that labor groups have been wanting for a number of years. I know that Teamsters, MPPOA, and the Sheriff's Association were all strong supporters of that, and somehow we did not get a chance to fully vet that in committee. So having said that, Mr. President, I will not be supporting the bill today, but it's my hope that we will have a stronger bill as it comes out of conference. Thank you.
Senator Latz, you are the last voice we'll hear before we vote for final passage as amended to House File 2432. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, first of all, I again want to reiterate my appreciation to all of the staff and senators that have been working directly on this bill. I want to also reiterate that there are a lot of bipartisan provisions in this bill. It makes the bill stronger, and it reflects the priorities of the GOP as well as the DFL in this body, and I hope that is reflected in the votes that go up on the board. It certainly ought to be reflected in that way. I will also note that today's proceedings reflected that bipartisanship. Members, by my count here, we considered 16 amendments. 8 of them went onto the bill. 5 of those amendments that went on the bill were authored by GOP members, and 3 were authored by DFL members. This has been a distinctly bipartisan approach on the floor here as well. And I would hope and expect that the votes on the board today will reflect that bipartisan support. The fact is we have limited resources at this time. And with those limited resources, we have found a way to fund our courts, to fund the Department of Corrections, to fund the Department of Public Safety in a manner that will maintain core services. We have, in fact, after the amendments here today, I'm a little bit surprised to hear Senator Limmer being as critical as he was about the bill, since it was on his initiatives that we added $7.75 million to law enforcement training and violent crime teams. I think this bill strengthens our data practices provisions in the state of Minnesota. And I do want to identify that although some members had made reference to the suggestion that there are going to be more people getting out of prison because of what was previously passed, the MRRA, I want to emphasize they are going to be much better prepared when they get out to be successful, law-abiding, productive, and tax-paying members of society, because of the requirements that they will have to accomplish while in prison before they qualify for reduced time and early release. I also want to note, with regard to the Civil Commitment Division, the Attorney General's office, as Senator Limmer mentioned, I understand and respect that there are a lot of voices in the mental health community. But the fact is we still have a very bad problem with a mental health, a person suffering from mental illness, especially as they interact in our justice system, in the courts, and especially with regard to anosognosia, those cases where they don't even understand that they have mental illness. These are failings that have built up over years, and I think it's time, members, that we take a step back from the usual groups that have been involved, or at least a step outside of the usual groups that have been involved in the current system that is not living up to its promise and not addressing the concerns, and set up at least one additional place outside of DHS, outside of the usual stakeholder groups, to gather data, give advice, and to take information in from a task force or an advisory group that will address that, in this case, in the Civil Commitment Division in the Attorney General's office. Members, overall, I think what you have is a well-balanced criminal justice, civil justice package in front of you. I appreciate all the input and discussion here today. It's worthy of green votes across the aisle. I hope that we will see that on the board here today. Voting for this bill will be a vote in favor of law enforcement and public safety and our civil justice system. I encourage you to support the bill. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll for final passage as amended of House File 2432. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Murphy votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to Senator Putnam, House File 2446. This is the Omnibus Agricultural Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I'm excited about this opportunity and grateful to talk about the work that we've done for Minnesota agriculture this session. But speaking of great gratitude, I want to express mine to the mighty Amanda Peterson, our brilliant researcher, the indomitable Nick Roth, the powerful Keely Spence, the amazing Laura Painter, and of course, the mighty Eric Olafson, with a special shout out to Viggo Olafson, who I'm sure helped a great deal on the bill as well. Members, Minnesota's ag economy and community are facing historic challenges. Years of strange weather, increased prices for inputs, an unreliable federal government. All of these challenges have come to a head in our moment right now, where it is incredibly difficult to be a farmer who grows the food that we all eat. This bill that you will hear today, that we will discuss in moments, responds to this moment through a combination of flexibility and targeted investment around areas like emergency preparedness, food access and safety, and farmer success. So, Mr. President, with your indulgence, I want to talk about those three areas very briefly. First, we've all heard of avian influenza, and we have all felt it when we felt like we had to take a mortgage out to buy a carton of eggs. It's a significant problem and one that we need to be prepared to address. With uncertainty in how the federal government will help to slow the spread of the disease or take care of farmers when it does, our approach has been to be prepared. This bill will help. Members, we renew the program for turkey lasers. And of course, these are not turkeys equipped with lasers. These are infrared lasers that prevent the spread of avian influenza. We also transfer $1.5 million into the Minnesota Department's Ag Emergency Account for their responses to some of the emergencies we have around livestock. And we provide a significant operating adjustment to the Board of Animal Health. Members, a third of the budget before you is dedicated to preparedness so that we are ready to respond and to stop the growth of agricultural emergencies. We also did some work on food access and safety. Members, food insecurity is one of the greatest challenges facing Minnesota today. We are having issues with food access that are more profound now than they were during COVID. So what we've done is we sent $1 million to Minnesota Department of Agriculture's local food purchasing program. We increased the funding in farm to school. We increased funding for meat inspection. Members, we are in a moment where the federal government has pulled back some of its resources, and we might not be able to inspect meat grown in Minnesota for E. coli unless this bill passes and we step up to solve that problem and allow for the inspection of meats. And we also have, I'm going to call a historic agreement. Unfortunately, Senator Liskey is not on the floor, but please, everyone, tell him the nice things I said about him. He worked incredibly hard to get a historic agreement around a traditionally thorny area of cottage foods. So his work has been excellent in that regard. But we also were dedicated to farmer success. You know, I've toured over 90 farms over the past 3 years, and I've talked to a lot of farmers. And this past summer in our farm tours, one of the things we heard most about was concern about mental health and farm safety. We heard that concern, and we put $250,000 per year going forward toward those causes, towards farmers' mental health and towards farm safety. We also put $400,000 into wolf and elk depredation accounts to make sure that we can take care of those problems. But members, there's one really important thing that we did. All the work we do is for all of Minnesotans, but I put something in this bill for the 67 of us specifically. Members, we're going to give Tory his reindeer so we don't ever have to hear about it again. So, with this bill, you're welcome. And secondly, I think this is a great bill, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. With that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A14 amendment.
Senator Putnam offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Putnam moves to amend House File Number 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 19, line 33, delete strands. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Putnam to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a spelling correction and one line of technical sort of efficiency.
Any questions on the A14 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the A14 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A14 amendment is adopted. Senator Putnam.
Mr. President, that's the bill, and I'm looking forward to a discussion, a robust discussion around it, and looking forward to everyone's support.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I move the A14 amendment.
We just did the A14.
A4, excuse me.
Senator Westrom offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend House File Number 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 14, line 34, delete everything after processors. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Westrom to your A4 amendment.
Mr. President, members, the A4 amendment restricts administrative fees to Second Harvest Heartland, who's a recipient of about $1.7 million in this bill towards food shelf products. But members, we want to make sure this money, if the state is investing taxpayer dollars, is going to the intended purpose, which is helping people in need with food, meat, vegetables, produce, or other types of food that this money would be used for. And we have a provision in this bill to restrict some of their administrative fees. We need to restrict all of it and make sure it all goes towards food and no administrative costs. Members, I have passed out on the floor a copy of the article recently. Their executive director resigned after the House had a hearing and talked about some of the salaries that these members and staff at the nonprofit were making. And many of us are astounded when we start seeing the director making over $700,000 and many of the other staff being paid better than our governor of the state of Minnesota in the $150,000 to $350,000 range. And so members, it's one thing to be a nonprofit. It's one thing to have a great mission to help people in need with their basic need of food. But to have this money go contribute and be helpful in paying these high administrative salaries of a nonprofit that is helping hand out free food to people is too much. And we've allowed some administrative fees in the past out of the money. I think it's time to stop that practice, and this amendment would eliminate any of these dollars going for administrative fees when we're seeing this kind of high compensation in nonprofits to their staff and executive directors, well beyond what we pay judges, what we pay the governor of Minnesota, and it's just inexcusable, and so we need to make sure these dollars are going for their intended purpose entirely and not to administrative salaries that are way beyond what the average person makes. Mr.
Senator
President, I would
Putnam.
ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Putnam to the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom, for bringing up this issue. You know, Senator Westrom and I have discussed this in the past a fair amount. I do think that there are a couple important issues of context that would be helpful. I, too, agree that every penny that goes to a nonprofit should be used towards the purpose of fulfilling the purpose of that nonprofit. You know, we talk a lot about food access, but I haven't heard anyone say a word about the millions of dollars paid to college presidents at private colleges, which are also nonprofits. So I agree with you that we need to be a little bit more serious about how we have compensation in the nonprofit sector, but that should be across the board in all areas of the nonprofit sector. I will add specific to this amendment, however, that my understanding is that transportation is a key part of administrative expenses. So if we're going to get food to people, they have to be able to transport that food or get the food to the food shelves. So given that transportation is a key part of this administrative concern, my commitment to you, Senator Westrom, is to keep talking about these issues as we move into conference, but I'm going to recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A4 Westrom amendment before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Westrom, if you have any final words or if you want me just to go to the vote, I can do that. He wants me to go right to the vote. The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Westrom amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang. Senator Howe has already voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lang votes aye.
Let's make sure that we have everyone. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye, yes.
And who else?
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. We'll pause and make sure that we have everything. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A4 Westrom Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the A16 Amendment, 1-6.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A16 Amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 Amendment.
Gotta change the name. Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 18 after line 11, insert. This is Amendment A16.
Senator Jaskowski to your A16 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the A16 Amendment limits grants to nonprofit organizations with highly compensated officers' employees. So what it says is that grants cannot be administered by the government to organizations where their employees, their officers or employees, are paid a total compensation of 125% or more of the governor's salary in a 12-month period. 125%, above 125% or 25% more than the governor. So, Mr. President, members, I handed out to you with my name on the top a 990 form from Second Harvest Heartland. We heard this talked about. So on here you will see the compensation categories of their officers throughout their organizations. 11 of them are reported on the 990 form. The first one, Sarah Moberg, the Chief Operations Officer, compensated $371,633 a year. Sarah Waite, the Chief People Officer, whatever that position is, Mr. President, the Chief People Officer, $242,570 a year. And I'm not going to go through all of them, Mr. President, but I'm going to go through all of these members are 6 figures or more. All 11 of them are 6 figures or more. High numbers to an organization that is a nonprofit organization that's supposed to be serving food to people. Now, I don't know how many hamburgers there are, Mr. President, $3.2 million, but that's how much these 11 employees were compensated within Second Harvest Heartland, including their Chief Executive Officer, Allison Toole, $721,097. Elizabeth Cooper, their Chief External Relations Officer, $313,933. Megan Musk, the Chief Development Officer, $347,783. And lastly, Mr. President, I'll mention their Chief Financial Officer, Michael Hoban, $396,041. Mr. President, members, this is not what we expect it to be. Taxpayer money is going out to organizations like this one, Mr. President, that's supposed to be serving food to people, but instead it's serving itself. This is not what the people of Minnesota understand. When those of you in this body that are authoring bills to nonprofit organizations, the people in none of our districts expect the money to be going to this type of expenditure, and this is what we have. This is blatant waste of the people's money when it's going to these salaries, $3.2 million per year. This isn't food, members. This is salaries for big food. I encourage your support for the amendment and ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Putnam to the A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for the amendment. As I said in my response to Senator Westrum's bill a few moments ago, I acknowledge, respect, and embrace the concern about nonprofit executives being paid too much. That makes a ton of sense to me. However, this bill focuses exclusively on agriculture. That is, I think, an unnecessary and inappropriate approach. If you were to talk about excessive salaries in every nonprofit in the state, maybe that's a conversation we can have. But I can't endorse an amendment that would pick on agriculture exclusively. So, members, I would ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author? Senator Westrum.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the Drazkowski amendment, similar to what we just discussed. Members, there's got to be a little disgust with every one of us when you see these kind of salaries going to a nonprofit who is coming to the government asking for millions of dollars. This is wasteful, blatant waste of taxpayer dollars if we're paying for administrative fees that compensate nonprofit staff and executive directors this handsomely first. While people are hungry and this food money is intended for food for hungry people, let's make that the mission, and the nonprofit can figure out how they're going to pay their staff with other money they raise or maybe people volunteer towards this effort rather than getting six-digit figures, multi-six-digit figures, way beyond what most people ever will conceive of earning in their 12-month annual salary. So I urge your support of this. We have to stop this kind of waste, blatant waste, and focus the dollars that we're going to put into this towards the intended purpose only, and they can find their other money for transportation or paying high salaries elsewhere. And our money invested in this bill is going to go for its purpose of food for poor people or people that are in need right now. And that's what the taxpayers should be paying for, not high salaries.
The final voice that we'll hear is from Senator Jaskowski on the A16 amendment. And then we will vote, members.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage your vote on this amendment. Help us stop the taxpayer money, of which we are the fiduciary, Mr. President. Help us stop taxpayer money being spent for luxurious salaries for the greedy, disguised as food for the needy. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 Jaskowski amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Members, if you're in the chamber, will you please vote? Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A16 Jaskowski Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A17.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 17. This is Amendment A17.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, as the hardworking people of Minnesota struggle to keep their feet afloat and keep their feet on the ground, to keep their kids going through school, to pay off their college loans, to get their car payment paid, to meet the demands of their mortgage, and do the other things that they would like to do in pursuit of the American dream. As they struggle to do that, as government is growing at lightning speed here in the state of Minnesota, last biennium grew by 40%, $19 billion of the people's money was spent, much of it squandered, with no reporting to show that it actually accomplished anything. On top of that, Mr. President, a $10 billion tax increase last biennium because the $19 billion wasn't enough for the Democrat majority, so they had to tax and spend as much as they could. Mr. President, you would think, and the people of Minnesota are thinking, can this legislature, realizing it's going to be seeing a deficit of $6.1 billion, just over the horizon, less than 2 years from now. Could some common sense finally happen? And could really the legislature decide to, you know what, bring government to live within its means so the people of Minnesota can actually catch their breath again? Could it happen? That's what they're thinking, and I got news to report, Mr. President. The answer in this Democrat-controlled body is no. And it's in this budget bill again. It was in the last one. It's in nearly every budget bill before us. Tax and fee increases to extract even more money, unknowingly many times, Mr. President, from the wallets and purses of hardworking Minnesotans that are struggling to keep up in this oppressive environment that Democrats have created for them here in the state of Minnesota. So what this amendment does, Mr. President, it says, instead of giving increases to urban agriculture, climate coordinator position, Forever Green Initiative, Department of Ag, Board of Animal Health, and ORI, instead of giving these outrageous increases to them, let's not do the fee increases in the bill. Let's not take more money from Minnesotans. Let's be judicious. Let's be responsible. Let's think of the people of Minnesota before the government. That's what this amendment does. It says we're not going to charge them fees and tax them in ways that they haven't even discovered yet. And instead, we're going to say, government within the ag area, live within your means for 2 years. That's what this amendment does. And I ask for a roll call, Mr. President, and encourage your support. Thank you.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for the amendment. I first want to acknowledge that this is clearly not a partisan issue or partisan bill, because our friends in the minority asked the Senate Ag Committee for over $20 million this year. So if this concern is about fiscal austerity, clearly it's not a partisan concern, and this is just a specific issue that Senator Drazkowski is forwarding, which I appreciate. And I'm no big fan of wasting money either, but Senator Drazkowski's bill here cuts from the Board of Animal Health while we are on the brink of a major crisis around avian influenza. So, members, he cuts a lot of stuff, moves a lot of things around. That's okay. But on this one, hard pass. This is a nope, everybody.
Any other discussion before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, to your your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Well, this amendment takes and reduces the increases in the bill. That's what it does. It decreases the amount of the increase for government entities and gives relief to taxpayers and keeps their taxes and fees in the bill the same as they were before, the same as they are today, going forward over the next 2 years. That's what the people of Minnesota are asking us to do here, Mr. President. That's what this amendment does. I encourage your support. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A17 Drazkowski amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Mitchell? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A17 Drazkowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to present the concerns that some of us have in our bill before us. House File 2446 includes a section of the bill that talks about local food purchasing assistance grant program. And if members recall, just in the last few weeks, last few years, we've had some concerns about fraud that has been entering the picture of our news media on a regular basis, to know that money that has been distributed to these nonprofit organizations has been squandered. And so we see in the bill that the eligible applicants for this section includes individuals, nonprofit organizations, for-profit businesses, tribal governments, government entities, ag cooperatives, economic development organizations, and educational institutions. And so, because it's so broad, I'm bringing forward the A15 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A15 amendment. The secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 74, after line 17, insert. This is Amendment A15.
Senator Anderson to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A15 amendment is asking for those grantees that have been outlined in the section of this bill, that when they receive funding from the Department of Agriculture, that they are asked to report back to the legislature what and how they utilized the funding that they gave. And that is mainly the gist of it. And I think that transparency is very important in the way we distribute our money to members who desire to be a part of this local purchasing assistance program. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Who is calling me? Senator Putnam? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Anderson, for offering this amendment. And also thank you for the opportunity to affirm my own commitment to transparency and accountability. We'll accept this as a friendly amendment because, again, no one likes fraud, no one likes waste, no one likes abuse. So I'm glad to accept this amendment, Senator Anderson.
Any other discussion on the A15 amendment before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Anderson, you're the last voice we hear before we vote. Senator Anderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Senator Putnam, for your acknowledging that this is a reasonable amendment, and I appreciate a green vote.
Members, the secretary will take the roll on the A15 amendment. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the A15 amendment is adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Putnam, for your hard work on this bill. I really like most of the bill. The cottage food language has been debated as long as I've been here, the 9 years. I really appreciate everybody working on that, Senator Liskey and you championing that through. The mental health language in it is fantastic. The turkey laser mentioned at the beginning of the bill had me sold. But the one part I have a problem with are the fees and the large increase on our elevators in rural Minnesota that are farmer owned. And during Finance Committee, Mr. President, as you know, I had an amendment to try to slowly increase the department's increase on these fees. And I said 150% from the previous year, so we can slowly increase these farmer-owned elevators to lessen the burden on a third of our state's economy that has been struggling. And with earned sick and safe time and paid family medical leave, this is the last thing those elevators need, and the farmers that own a very, very, very small share of that elevator. But, Senator Putnam, my A11 would be ruled out of order. It would blow your target. So I'm not going to offer that because you'll Rule 45 it because you're a college professor and you understand that rule. So I'm not going to do that, members. But I do urge Senator Putnam to really look at that when it goes to conference committee. Is there a way we can slowly increase those fees that the majority wants to do? I understand they haven't been increased in a long time. I get that. But there's a right way of doing it and a wrong way of doing it. And I think all at once is the wrong way. So, Mr. President, I'll speed it up while I can still talk and offer the A21.
Senator Draheim offers the A21 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 52 after line 7, insert. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And like I said earlier, Senator Putnam, thank you for your work on this. This amendment was crafted by the commissioner's own people. And just a hats off to the whole department. This is a constituent issue that happened, and the whole Department of Ag has been hands-on, meeting with me and my great staff, Henry, to try to find a solution, to try to make it better for the people of Minnesota. So this language comes directly from the Department of Ag, and they support it. And I also shared it with the townships, because this does affect the townships. And I've been meeting with them and talking with them also for weeks. And of course, they don't love it, but they can live with it. And I think that's a sign of a good bill, when we do have that compromise, that conversation. And I think the 821 does give it. And just to go through it briefly, Mr. President, it has to do with noxious weed inspection. So we had a case of a subcontractor coming through and spraying 60 feet into a lawn, actually killed the owner's dog, according to the owner. And there was really no communication with the landowners on the spraying for these noxious weeds that the homeowners didn't believe even existed in the first place. So we're trying to improve communication, trying to improve transparency. So this just says they have to try to directly communicate with the property owners. One of the neighbors across the street from where the dog died had horses right along the ditch. They were not notified. Both families have children that are very, very, very sensitive to chemicals. One's in a coma. And they often roll their daughter out onto the deck to get sunlight, real near where this was being sprayed, with no notice. This would help with that situation. I know it isn't something that happens very often, but if it affects one person, I think it's worth doing. And simple, just better communication. Appreciate the Department of Ag working with me on it to try to find some common ground. And I hope Senator Putnam will take this as a friendly amendment.
Senator Putnam to the 821 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim, for bringing this bill. I also want to just thank you for the way you do this job. I appreciate how you inhabit this space and how you do what you do and how you're standing up for your constituents. And also thank you for sharing this amendment with me beforehand so I could think about it a little bit. It's a good idea. I encourage everyone to vote green on this friendly amendment.
On the 821 amendment, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the 821 Draheim amendment is adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make mine fast. It's very simple. This morning I got a call from a rancher in my district. The calving season is up and running, and he had his first calf kill. And he had the DNR come out. They confirmed that it was a wolf, and they don't have any money. Funds are depleted. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 17. This is the amendment A-2 amendment.
Senator Green to your A2 amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first I want to thank Senator Putnam. I do see in the bill that for the next biennium there is money in the account. I don't think it's enough because the money goes fast. But right now there is no money in the fund, and there's people that are waiting to be reimbursed because they can't efficiently take care of the problem with the wolves. The other part of my amendment also deals with the fact that we have a huge elk problem in northern Minnesota. And the farmers in that area are beside themselves because they have elk coming in. Some of the herds are small, 30, some are much bigger than that. And they'll come in and wipe out an alfalfa field. They get into the silage and eat the silage for the winter feed and the hay. And that account also is depleted. And so what my bill does, it takes a small amount of money out of I got it in here, the urban agriculture agri account. And I think it's $21 million in there for the first year. This is only for 1 year each, and it's just to replenish the fund that's there to give some relief for the depredation that's going on in the past and as we speak where there's not money for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam to the A2 amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green. I feel for farmers who have to suffer from wolf and elk depredation. That's why we put $400,000 into this program for the upcoming biennium. That investment is an important one and one that we take seriously. I do want to acknowledge, however, that in this talk about budgetary concerns and fiscal irresponsibility, that the Department of the Senate Agriculture Committee had a negative target. We have already cut significantly from different programs, and in particular the urban ag account, to which Senator Green refers, has already been cut by $1 million. And it does not have a balance of $21 million. That's Agri, which is a much bigger account. And there's a portion of Agri that already goes to protection services, some of which are compensation for certain issues like this when the money that we give them runs out. So, members, I would encourage a no vote on this in the context of understanding that we have already significantly invested in this concern, that we take it seriously. We have taken it seriously, and we're going to continue to take it seriously. But our budget is set as our budget is. So I would encourage members to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would support Senator Green's amendment. The money might not be there. We're going to have to find it because it's woefully underfunded. I think I was asking for like $5 million a year for depredation for livestock and for elk. So we have to start somewhere. These farmers are not being reimbursed, and they're losing many animals, and some have already went out of business. So this isn't even enough. We need to vote green. We need to find this money for them because this is putting people out of work. And again, this is food that we eat. We need to help them out. Thank you very much. Please vote green.
Members, anyone else before I go to the author of the amendment for the last words before we vote? Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've said what we had to say. I guess I know where this is going. It sounds like anyway, but we'll get the roll call. But I understand the cuts, and there's reasons for the cuts, and we all know what they are. A lot of money was wasted. We don't know where it went, and now we have to cut. But we have a problem in the state. It's not just in northern Minnesota anymore. Wolves have been found even down by Iowa. And this problem is going to continue to grow, and we refuse to deal with that. And so because we refuse to deal with it, now we have this other issue that's a result of it. The deer in our area are decimated. They're pretty much gone. And now the livestock are being targeted. And so I would ask for a green vote on this.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A2 Green Amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A2 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offered the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 27. This is Amendment A-5.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we learned yesterday from questioning our resident biologist that when there is a dense wolf population, it has dire impacts on our deer. Well, it also has dire impacts on our farmers, on livestock. But did you know, Mr. President, that elk also have pretty significant impact on our farmers? They break fences, they eat feed. And I recently learned that the DNR is planning on relocating an elk herd to the northeastern part of the state. And so I think that the amount of money that we have in the fund that Senator Green was just talking about is probably not enough. Now, I'm glad to hear that Senator Putnam is being fiscally conservative on the budget. And so maybe what Senator Green was asking for was a little bit too much. So maybe if we just reduce that amount to $75,000, maybe that will be palatable to Senator Putnam. So I'm asking for a green vote on, and also asking for a roll call on this, Mr. President. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to bring up, I should have brought this up when Senator Green had his bill, but this is not only, the one thing that I didn't know until I thought it was just a one fund that people could draw on for when wildlife caused them a harm in their crops and in their fields. But so I was hoping to have an amendment that would add turkeys, because I've got folks in my district that the turkeys get into their feed, get into their hay, they defecate on it, they ruin the feed stock, and I was hoping that that was eligible for that, but apparently it's specific. So as I don't have an amendment for it, I would ask the chair of the committee, Senator Putnam, if it, in the future, look to either add turkeys to this or maybe change the fund so it fits all wildlife depredation, so we can actually take care of all of our farmers and take care of everything that the wildlife are ruining. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam, we're on the A5 Farnsworth amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for the amendment. Senator Howe, for your comments. I'm glad Senator Howe asked that question, because it points us to the fact that MDA actually has some flexibility to deal with different types of animal responses. I agree that it would be a good idea to maybe have some of this language be a bit more expansive, but if we start spending money on the turkeys, then we're spending less on the wolf and the elk. This is a question of not just responding to the concerns, but also a fiscal responsibility and realizing that we have to balance the different challenges that we have in different regions in the state, which is why we have dedicated funds towards elk and wolf, and less dedicated funds that Commissioner Peterson has to respond to specific outbreaks or concerns as they occur. I'm going to sort of reference my earlier comments in response to Senator Green's amendment, in that if I had $1 billion, absolutely would love to send more in this direction. But given that imperative towards fiscal responsibility, which is something that we followed very closely with great fealty in the Agriculture Committee, I'm going to have to urge a no vote on this amendment.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment, before we vote? Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to bring up phones and computers are pretty good because you get information on the fly. And this bill is going to have to go, and it's going to have to be paired up with whatever comes out of the House. And I just want to know that there was a vote in the House on a standalone bill on this, and over there they see the problem, because even for the higher amount, the bill passed in the other chamber at 115 to 19. So there's a real need there. People are seeing it. And so I would ask if you would at least go for the lesser amount and vote yes on Senator Farnsworth's bill.
Senator Farnsworth, you have the last word before we vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Putnam.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm pretty far away. I need to jump up a little bit more next time. But I thank you for calling on me, and thank you, Senator Green, for that comment. The context of the other body is important, but I also want to acknowledge that my target was negative, and the target in the other body was a positive $17 million of additional spending over base, is what Republicans and Democrats in the other body decided to do. That was not the path forward for the Senate DFL when we put together our budget targets. And again, I lived in fealty to the imperative towards financial responsibility.
Senator Farnworth, now your final comments before we vote on the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A5 Farnsworth amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Klein, are you going to vote? Thank you. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 33 noes. The A5 Farnsworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the A20 amendment.
What was that amendment again?
A20.
Senator Lang offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 6, line 32. This is Amendment A20.
Senator Lang, to your A20 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the chair and the Ag Committee for the robust discussion we had earlier in session about my bill. It's a bill that has to deal with a company that came to and gave us a presentation about product that they're producing that happens to be a PFAS replacement. It's made from sugar beet pulp. What this amendment does, and I know the financial constraints of not only well, the state as a whole, but the Agricultural Committee, and I know that Senator Putnam was facing a cut. So what this does is it takes a little bit of a different approach. And what we're going to do is allow the Department of Ag and the Commissioner in particular to have the ability to use funds that exist now, and there was a list of qualifying groups that could be applying for these additional, actually it comes out of the ethanol fund, that they could be used for projects throughout the state of Minnesota, efficient projects. So what this does is it just adds, there was 8 items already on the list, and what this does is add a 9th item that a group or a company like the Cellucomp that we all heard of and was quite well supported during the committee could apply for these grants. And that is in a nutshell what it does. It just applies, produces a way that they could be eligible for a grant program. So with that, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam, we're on the A20 Lang amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lang, for both educating us about this new technology and offering this amendment for it now today. Mr. President, members, I appreciate Senator Lang's approach here, realizing our commitment to fiscal conservatism and being responsible, and understanding that there are existing resources that could help him finish this project. So, Mr. President, members, I take this as a friendly amendment and encourage a green vote.
All those in favor of the A20, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A20 is adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I do have the A3 amendment as well.
Senator Lang offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File 2446 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 8, line 28. This is Amendment A-3.
Senator Lang to your A3.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This amendment has to deal with our small meat processing plants and our small agricultural processing plants throughout the state. This is an item that we had funded in the last biennium at 1.25 in each year. This year it was at $250,000, and there's some small processing plants, whether it's meat, egg, cheese, you name it, that are going to be struggling with this. So what this does is just pushes some money over to that same funding stream. So it would increase the funding by about $250,000.
Senator Putnam to the A3 Lang amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lang, for this amendment. I share your concern about meat processing. We did actually do a little bit of work on that a couple of years ago to get more people into meat processing plants and into that work. There is a bottleneck when it comes to some of these concerns throughout the state. With that said, this is an area of significant concern right now. So, Senator Lang, I will accept this as a friendly amendment.
All those in favor of the A3 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A3 is adopted. Seeing no more amendments, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File 2446, a bill for an act relating to state government establishing a budget for the Department of Agriculture, the Board of Animal Health, the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussion before I go to the author of the bill for his final comments? Seeing none, final comments, Senator Putnam.
Thank you, members. I got to admit, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't have more discussion in third reading where you said how awesome the bill was. I'm a little disappointed in all of you, but I'll get over it. Members, this is a bill that is dynamic, is responsive to the concerns of our moment, and it will actually help people. So, members, I encourage you to stand up for Minnesota agriculture and to vote green on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage as amended to House File 2446. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 43 ayes and 23 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to House File number 2563, Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm back again, and I'm proud of the hard work of the legacy or the Environment, Climate, and Legacy Committee. We are proud to do multi-omnibus bill. Usually there's about 4 omnibus bill, but we're trying to compress it, this year, but it turned out it doesn't work, so it still come back with 3 omnibus bills. So this is the second one. And my members in the committee are proud of their hard work. I'd like to thank them first as we go forward in case I forget to recognize them. I want to thank my Vice Chair, Senator Jen McCune, and also Minority Lead, Senator Steve Green. I also want to thank Senator Drakowski, Senator Hawj, Senator Hoffman, Senator Johnson Stewart, Senator Kunesh, Senator Lane, and Senator Wiesenberg. Also, we could not get this far in our Legacy Omnibus bill without the supporting staff. Our committee staff is Fiscal Analyst Mr. Dan Mueller, Senate Counsel Mr. Ben Stanley, and Committee Administrator Carla Josephson, Committee Legislative Assistant Mike Galvu, and DFL researcher Cassie Tomadoff, and also Victor Florel, GOP researcher. Our intern, especially Isaac Sparber and committee page Olivia and Michael and Senya. Today I'm proud to present to you the 2025 Legacy Omnibus Bill, and I garnered myself with the legacy pen as well as the historical pen provided to me by Mr. Mitch Bergen, who was here as a staffer for former Senator Sextall, who a part of the creating the legacy grant back in 2008. So this bill, the Senate House File 2563, is the 2025 Legacy Omnibus Bill. This bill is as a result of the Clean Water Land Legacy Amendment passed in 2008, designating 1/8 of 1% state sales tax to fund, quote unquote, to protect drinking water sources, to protect, enhance, and restore wetlands, prairies, forests, and fish, game, and wildlife habitat, to preserve arts and culture heritage, to support park and trails, and to protect, enhance, and restore lakes, rivers, streams, and groundwater, end quote. This is the mission and the legacy. The funds ratio 33% to Clean Water Fund, and the other 33% to the Outdoor Heritage Fund, 19.75% to the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, 14.25% to the Park and Trail Funds. In this bill, Article 1 is the Outdoor Heritage Fund, which recommended to the legislature annually by the Large Sarsam Outdoor Heritage Council. This is a 12-member council made up of 4 legislators, 2 from this body, Senator Andrew Lane and myself, proudly serve in that committee. Senator Lane is welcome to speak on this article later as well. So a total of $168 million is distributed to 10 prairie projects, 7 forest project, 8 wetland projects, and 22 habitat projects. On Article 2 is the Clean Water Fund. These funds go to protecting, enhancing, restoring our water quality in lakes, rivers, and streams. Projects are vetted and recommended by Clean Water Council for monitoring pesticide in surface water and nitrate in groundwater are some of the example project. And want to acknowledge that Senator John Hoffman served in this committee. Article 3 is the Park and Trail Fund. This is the 14.25% of the legacy fund. Use the 40-40-20 distribution ratio, meaning 40% of the fund under the 14.25% here go to parks and trail. And then the second 40% for metro regional park and trails. And the remaining 20% goes to greater Minnesota regional parks and trail. Article 4 is the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is 19.75% of the legacy fund. And within that 19.75%, 47% of this fund go to the state's arts board to administer art projects across our states. The remainders go to agencies like Minnesota Zoo programs, Indian Fair Council for Language and Cultural Preservation, History Center and Humanities Center, Department of Agriculture, Minnesota Public Radio, AMPERS, Public Radio, Public Television, Wilderness Inquiry, and Department Administration. And they do make grant out of this funding as well. In the Environment, Climate, and Legacy Committee, we listened to at least 51 proposals and make earmark to those with equity concern and without infrastructure. This section of the Article 4 was amended in the Finance Committee with a formula that removes direct appropriation to nonprofits or arts recipients, but lists those asking for less than $300,000 as priority. Many projects on the priority list are BIPOC-related communities with requests less than $200,000. The finance formula that I just mentioned prevent large dollar requests by large entities, like those agencies that may have annual budget of $500,000, is to prevent large dollar requests by large entity from taking fund to just a few groups, but allow smaller entities without lobbyists to have equitable share of the bucket that is approximately $10 million per year. Let me give you an example. I have a project for St. Paul in my district. I'd like to bring the ice castle back to the east side of St. Paul because that's one of St. Paul heritage, the good old day of Norman Rockwell. You know, I'd like to bring ice castle back, but the cost to build the ice castle during winter time that attract visitor will cost about $4 million. And if they don't have this formula, meaning with two projects that just dipping $4 million where we use up this bucket. So that's where the formula become important so that it can equate or support equity, allow more project to apply or benefit from it. This means you will have 100 project getting $200,000 out of the approximately $10 million per year. And there also language in this bill directed that 80% of the fund go to requests under $200,000 and 20% go to projects that are higher than $200,000. Mr. President, that concludes my introduction, but I'd like to proceed to making an amendment to this bill. I have a small adjustment to this bill. Is the A21 amendment, but
Senator Hur offers the A21 amendment. The Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Hur moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 60, line 26, delete $1,443,000. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Hur to your A21 amendment.
Mr. President, this is just to adjust, just to lower 80% to 75%, so there's a little bit more room for those who may want to apply for grant higher than $200,000. So as you can see on the amendment, line 1.5, it changed from 80 to 75%. So I ask the member to support this bill by acclamation.
Any other discussion on the A21 Hur amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A21 is adopted. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A17 amendment at the desk.
Senator Marty has the A17. He offers the A17. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 68, line 15, after the period, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Marty to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hur's bill has, I really applaud the direction he's trying to go to put more grants into competitive grant territory. And instead of naming grants in the arts and cultural heritage area, he basically put it into a pot. And then he did pick some of the smaller grants from groups that were having trouble, have had trouble in the past being able to put together grant applications and so on. He suggested, in order to help them, giving priority consideration to some of the grants on page 68 and following. And instead of that, he said that they should be applying for that, but they could be considered as priorities by the Humanities Commission. This would keep that going, but we're also saying any of the entities that get priority consideration, the grants that they could award them would be less than $200,000. I discussed this with Senator Hur. I think he recognizes this is the same direction he's been trying to go, so we can share the grants with more organizations that are adding to our arts and cultural heritage and make them, allow more people to be able to get them. And I think this is a good amendment. I urge your support.
Any other discussion on the A17? Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Marty. I know, like, when we construct this formula, they still need some tweaking to do, and I'm glad that you've create this little, you create this provision as a floodgate, so this will, help member to be conscientious of the project. Otherwise, we're going to have continuous flow of adding onto the list, and we'll have all night. We do have all night for that, but we don't want to use our time to keep adding project or agency to our priority list. But thank you for putting this floodgate, and I will support the amendment.
Any other discussion on the A17? All in favor, say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A17 is adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Herr, for your work on the bill. I think there's a lot of great projects in here, but I think we can improve it. And one group in my area is very, very popular. And we see them up here every year. They walk around with blue coats. And it's Future Farmers of America. And with that, I'd like to offer the A15.
Senator Draheim offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 67, line 12, delete 11,022,000. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm sure not everybody in here is familiar with what we refer to as FFA. And when I was growing up, it was very, very, very much directed towards agriculture. And I was surprised when my daughter joined on how different FFA had become. And I was even more shocked when I got elected and I started meeting the great kids that came up here to meet with us. And the number one thing that I was shocked with was that the majority of the leaders were female. I would say 3/4 at least of the leaders are female. And then you get discussing with them what projects, what are they working on? What they call supervised agriculture experiences, or they work on science projects, they work on maybe metal or wood projects, business projects, outdoor community projects. But most importantly, Mr. President, it's a leadership program. And if there's one thing I think we're missing in society today is more leaders. So I think they should qualify for some funds, and I think they hit many buckets. I think it would be an excellent amendment, the A15. But I do have to make one small correction on the A15, so if I could offer an oral amendment.
State the oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 1.10, delete county and insert Minnesota.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A15 amendment as follows. Page 1, line 10, delete county and insert Minnesota. This is the oral amendment to the A15 amendment.
Senator Draheim, nothing else. Members, this is an amendment to the amendment, so we need to vote on that. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. We are now on the A15 as amended. Any other discussion? Senator Herr.
Mr. President, Senator Draheim, we already have the Minnesota Future Farmers of America. You're right, we need more leadership. We need the more leaders we have in this world, with next generation, the better. And the Minnesota Future Farmer of America are doing just that. So we already have it in the bill. If you look at on the bill line 72.3, it's similar to what you have here. Actually, it's a little bit more dollars than you have. Like it's 250 each year. And the reason it's here is because this is not the first time they're getting the dollars.
So, Senator Hur, I'm not certain if you're saying that
I would ask Senator Draheim to withdraw or how he want. I rather not support this amendment.
Senator Draheim.
I'll withdraw the A15 and offer the A13.
The A15 has been withdrawn, and Senator Draheim offers the A13 amendment. And the Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 67, line 12, delete 11,022,000. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A13, pretty simple. School trap shooting grants. The fastest growing sport in Minnesota. Both boys and girls participate in this. This would help fund that outdoor activity, one of the fastest growing activities. Pretty straightforward, Mr. President.
Senator Hur to the A13 amendment.
Mr. President, I looked at the amendment, and this is just shifting money from the education fund to create a project, and this is a direct appropriation for the school trap shootings grant, and so I'm not ready to support at this time, and so I ask members to vote no.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make everyone understand, the school trap shooting grants will go right to the schools. Part of our education system for the fastest growing sport. And what's great about trap shooting, unlike other sports, you don't have to be the most physical specimen to be good at trap shooting. It brings a lot of people that wouldn't normally participate into a sport. It helps them understand firearms, gun safety, and what it's like being part of a team. Mr. President, you know how important it is to be part of a team. Most of these trap shooting teams don't get much financial help from the school. The most expensive part is ammunition. I believe this would help those programs as we shift money away from our public schools. The earned sick and safe time, the paid family medical leave, and the changes to the UI program has put a real burden on our schools. And when I asked staff to draft the FFA amendment and this amendment, I had that in mind. Most of my schools, all 23 school districts that touch my district, are looking at cuts. And one of the first things they're going to cut are these after-school activities. And I think it's so important to have our young people be in part of teams and leadership programs. So I hope everyone supports the A13.
The Secretary take the roll on the A13 Draheim amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty voted in person.
Well, he didn't tell me that, Mr. President. However, that does not change the fact that Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, are you voting? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A13 Draheim Amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. A little disappointed. Members, when I look at the recap of what's funded in here, it seems very, very metro-centric. Hundreds of millions of dollars to the metro. And I thought when these funds were set up, they were supposed to represent the whole state. And the activities that we do in outstate, I feel aren't funded as well as most of the metro activities. I got one left, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A14.
Senator Draheim offers the A14 amendment. The secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 67, line 12, delete 11,022,000. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pretty straightforward. Once again, trying to help our schools out. Bass fishing teams. Yes, that is a real thing. There are a few bass fishing teams spread out throughout the whole state, some in the metro, some in the outstate. What a better way to relieve stress than going out for a couple hours and fishing. And I believe that our schools don't do enough to teach our young people how to relieve stress. And I can't think of a better way for them to relax, to reflect, than on the water, trying to catch a bass. Pretty straightforward. Hardly any money, Mr. President. This is pocket change compared to the rest of the bill. So hopefully we have a green vote on the A14.
Senator Hur on the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for some correction, that this money that are appropriate here go to project are more so for the metro. That is not necessarily true. Now to the amendment. And I know that there's shortfall. We had cut back from the federal, and that's why they're also going to be cut back on some after-school activity. This dollars here is taking money from the educational fund that's already there to create program. If we would not have shortfall on federal dollars, perhaps we don't need to worry about this. So we're not ready to vote for this amendment. I ask member to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before I go to the author? Senator Draheim. The Secretary will now take the roll on the A14 Draheim Amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the A14 Draheim Amendment is not adopted. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many people know, and probably many people in this room think, that we need to help veterans out the best we can. So that's what this bill that I'm going to bring forward does, is give something back to those who sacrifice selflessly to our nation, because without them, we wouldn't exist. I'd like to move the A9.
Senator Wiesenberg offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 75, after line 4, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what my amendment would do would, I'll just read it, allocating to veterans and veteran organizations effective July 1st of 2027, at least 15% of the total appropriations from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund in a fiscal biennium must be awarded or allocated to veterans or to entities that are majority owned and operated by veterans. So if there's something we can do with the money that we have, we should start with veterans first. And it shouldn't be political, and we should help them out, because veterans always seem to be the bottom on the totem pole, even though they give the most for everybody in our nation. Please vote green on this.
Senator Wiesenberg, you said vote green. Are you asking for a roll call?
No, I'm not, actually.
All right. Senator Herr.
Members, I don't support this amendment just yet. It has, if this will be a bill, it will probably need to go to Veteran Affairs Committee and then come to us for probably funding. So there need to be more vetting on this legislation. Though I do have a high regard toward veterans, but it need more than just the last minute request through amendment here on the floor. So I will object to this amendment.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will not need to, there's not a fiscal note, it's just whatever money. We've got $84 million, this year. So, this would be asking for $12 million of that to go towards veterans. There wouldn't be a fiscal note, it's just going to take part of that, and it's going to give it to veterans. It's going to go towards veterans groups and veterans homes and all the things that we talked about that don't seem to be getting help. These people need our help, and we need to respect veterans. I hope this could be something that we can vote on, Mr. President. We can all vote yes, we can all get a green, and in the future we can always put our veterans first. Thank you very much. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A9 Wiesenberg amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Members, please vote if you're at your desk. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A9 is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I've been fairly vocal in the in committee that I don't believe that we should be taking administrative costs out of the grants that we give. I think that we've got people that work in those agencies, and I don't see us hiring extra people with that administrative money. So I don't believe that we should be taking that money out of the grants that we give. So, Mr. President, in that light, I'd like to offer the A10 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A10 amendment. The secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 54, line 1, after spent, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Howe to the A10 amendment.
And thank you, Mr. President. So what this does, it doesn't take out all the administrative fees, but what it does is it moves to eliminate the administrative fees from the Arts Board, the Historical Society, Department of Education, Department of Administration, the Humanities Center, Department of Ag, the FFA, and the Legislative Coordinating Commission. That's the bill. It just eliminates those fees, and that way those agencies would have just those grants, those folks that receive that money would have a little bit more money to work with.
Senator Hurd to the A10 amendment.
Mr. President, I encourage a strong no on this amendment. This will delete all the money used for administrator. It takes FTE. Even though we put the money there and there's no one as gatekeeper or administrator, it will not go anywhere. So the money was just sit there. And so it doesn't really make sense. We need, if we go to a restaurant, for example, if we go to a restaurant and we want to eat and you don't want a cook to be there, how can we have food? We will have delicious food at the table. So do give a cook a chance here. So do not vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do enough with the operating costs, the adjustments that we make. These agencies have a staff. We fund them well. If we're going to give grants out, we should allow those folks to use that money and put it to good use. If we think this is a good use, then let's put it there. To me, if we're not going to do that, if we're going to fund the agencies and we know we're going to do grants, then fund the agencies and fund those positions that are supposed to do that. All we're doing is skimming money and shifting it over. We should stop that process and actually put daylight in the process. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote green on the bill.
The secretary will take the roll on the A10 Howell amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
And Senator Farnsworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the A10 Howell Amendment is not adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not long ago, I was skimming through some news articles, and I found an article out of Breitbart News. It was a two-part article, and it had to do with the Chinese Communist Party and what they're doing in the United States and in different states. And one of the things that they're doing is they're applying for grants in different organizations and taking them under different names. And so I thought, well, maybe we should be checking into this, because the problem with the legacy bill is that our Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, a big portion of it, the one that goes to the Arts Board, who, by the way, is appointed by the governor, we don't get to know where any of that money is spent until after it's spent. We don't have oversight over it. We're not getting reports back on it, so we don't know unless we're actually willing to dig in, and which is difficult. It's difficult because different entities have different names, different acronyms. Well, what I found out is the organization that we were talking about here, that is with the Chinese, has been getting money from the legacy for years, going way back to 2015, and it was 15,000, 19,000, but in 2020 was the last time it was 15,000, and after that in 21 it jumped up to 35,000, and the last couple of years it's been over $80,000 that has been going to an organization owned by the Chinese Communist Party. And we'll talk more about the arts portions later, but Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A5 amendment. The secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87 after line 11, insert. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Green to the A5 amendment.
Well, Mr. President, the A5 amendment is a really simple bill, but it requires that the entities that are getting money from the Late Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, or any grants basically that come through here, have to report back to and bring that report to not only different organizations but also to the legislature. And it's a way of putting in protections to fight against the waste, fraud, and abuse that we've been hearing, and that now just continues to keep coming up and up and up. So the amendment is simple. I can go into it for more detail, but I think the amendment should be in front of you shortly. It looks like a lot of words, but it's really not. It just simply is listing all the people that have gotten money from the Minnesota taxpayers. And in particular, for me, it would be the Minnesota Arts Board and then the regional arts councils, but everybody that has been receiving money is in there as well. Now, they're supposed to be giving back reports and showing what accomplishments they've made already. And so what this bill is going to do is going to force them to do that and give those reports back to us so that at least after the money's been spent, we can see where it was spent and allows us to look into it for the next year and keep a closer eye on the Arts Board and the Regional Arts Councils. So that is the amendment. Mr. President, and I'd ask for a green vote, and I will save the good senator from having to ask, and I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Senator Herr.
Member, I ask all of you to vote no for this amendment. And the part about connecting to a foreign state that's not proven. So I will not go to that discussion. But this in itself is like creating something similar to what Senator Green and I said on LCCMR, where we vetted project and it come back to legislature before it go to the community. That's a long process. Ideally, I would agree with you, but not today, because I think if you want to take this route with this complexity or sophistication, I think let's bring it to committee so that we can vet it through the whole process, just like how we propose the Environmental Trust Fund and other legislation here. If we want to go to this in depth of the process, let's not change things overnight. Let's do things carefully, meticulously, so we can do it right. So right now, I ask members to vote no. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A5 before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Herr is not really following the amendment that closely. We're not going to be pre-approving the money. They're still going to get the grant money. I haven't been able to figure out a way to change that yet. But the Arts Council and the regional arts councils are still going to be putting this money out. The only difference is they're going to have to report back to us how it was spent and whether or not it was successful. I don't think that's too much to ask, really. So I would continue to ask for a green vote.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A5 Green Amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senators, if you're in the chambers, will you please vote?
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A5 amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A4 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 25 after line 25, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I originally brought a different form of this amendment as a bill, and I've pared it back dramatically, the language from where it was, in working with Mr. Johnson from the Outdoor Heritage Fund. Have pared it back to something that is much smaller and more reasonable. And although they didn't endorse it, because it does have more requirements on grant recipients, what we had happen, a constituent of mine contacted me, members, and an outdoor organization that received outdoor heritage funds was going to be doing restoration work of some sort on a parcel that they had an easement for, and it ended up that they cut down all of the trees of my constituent on his property. And so it went to court. There were 6 figures or more of money spent, 6 figures, I understand, over 100,000 spent by my constituent in order to defend himself in court, or actually try to prosecute the organization and the DNR in court. And there was some sort of agreement that came out of it. But members, we need to have the recipients of these grant dollars, and this includes both the Outdoor Heritage Fund and the Clean Water Fund in this amendment. And what it basically says is they need to be a good neighbor. So, Mr. President, members, if they receive a grant to do the work on an easement or usually on an easement or other property that is located, that has neighbors around it, they need to contact them, share their phone number and their information with that person, along with the details about the project so that they can communicate. Members, Mr. President, this is not happening in some of these cases. And I know Senator Green and others have mentioned they've got similar things going on in their district. This is not a big ask, members. This is just a good neighbor policy for Outdoor Heritage Fund and Clean Water Fund projects so that they talk to the neighbors on the adjoining land. I'd ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd to the A4 Drazkowski amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, can you yield? Will you yield?
Senator Drazkowski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd.
Did you already get this approved or heard from the Outdoor Heritage Council or the Water Council?
Senator Drazkowski, to that question specifically.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hurd, I had multiple meetings and discussions with Mr. Johnson about my bill. My bill originally required even more from that relationship than this. And he and I worked through it and paired this language back to what you see before you, which is very simple. He doesn't necessarily endorse this language. He doesn't have the ability to do that without permission from his counsel. So I think there's not a position yay or nay for this. I am just asking this body, as we, the legislature, lead on policy around these grants and other projects that come out of Legacy, that we ensure that there's communication between the grant recipients and their new neighbors in these cases. It's not a lot to ask for at all. And again, this is Mr. Johnson and I worked together to get to this point in the language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I will put my decision on the position of the Water Council and Outdoor Heritage Council. Since I didn't heard anything from them, I myself would vote no, but I want members to think carefully and vote based on your conscience. Thank you. And if there's no roll call, I'd like to ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we have the author, if he wants to make any final comments? Senator Jaskowski, or should we go right to the vote? All right. Members, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Friends, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 noes, the A4 Jaskowski amendment is adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A8 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A8 amendment. The secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 32, line 28, delete the first $2,825,000. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A8 amendment addresses a potential for flood in southeast Minnesota, Mr. President. In 2007 and 2010, we had major flooding in southeast Minnesota. The uphill slopes of the steep topography along the hills of the counties of Fillmore, Houston, Goodhue, Wabasha, and Winona. The uphill slopes contain water retainment structure, ponds and embankment ponds, and they have filled up with sediment. And so when we were going through the floods, the demand from people was get those ponds cleaned out, clean the sediment out so they can actually store water upon the time upon which it floods, so that the area downslope from it, which was our cities and our townships and our farms and others, that got flooded dramatically and caused all kinds of horrible things to happen, so that wouldn't happen again. And members, I look at the legacy dollars, and in this case the Clean Water Fund, which is part of this amendment, as the place we should be doing this type of stuff. So, Mr. President, members, I wanted to bring this to your attention. I'm going to withdraw the amendment, but I would ask the members, as we talk about this project in the future, let's give it some consideration. Think about how we look forward and try to reduce the potential for flooding in easy ways like this that are cost effective, rather than the tens and hundreds of millions that we spent in those two floods in state resources. I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski withdraws the A8 amendment. Senator Jaskowski.
My last amendment, Mr. President, is the A7 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A7 amendment. The secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 45, after line 23, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is this is the SWCD payment that we have going on. If you will recall, the first monies that the SWCDs were given from the state, as they've been appealing to the state for money now for the past several years, for operating money so that they can do the good work that our soil and water conservation districts do in every county in Minnesota, they actually, Mr. President, they actually move dirt. Rather than taking the money and sending it to the University of Minnesota for someone to publish a study and place the book upon the shelf, these organizations, the soil and water districts, actually move dirt and develop programs for farmers throughout their area so that they can make water cleaner. We actually see water get cleaner when they move dirt in order to do the things they need to do. So we began funding them here from the state legislature out of legacy funds a number of years ago. Since then, those funds have been supplanted by general fund dollars. So now the legacy funds have been supplanted by general fund money is now taking over and taking that space. We have, as everyone here has been paying attention, a $6.1 billion deficit happening 2 years from now, or less than 2 years from now. And sitting on the tax committee, this general fund money that comes out of the general fund is in the tax committee area. And I look at this and I wonder, I am suspecting we might not have the money to fund this out of the general fund in the future. It is a priority for my counties. It is a priority, I think, for the counties of many people in here. And members, if there was a purpose for legacy dollars to take care of our environment, and specifically in this case, keep water clean, this is it. So members, what this amendment does is it doesn't do anything related to the funding in Senator Herr's bill. It doesn't do anything to the legacy funding for this biennium, but it places a $20 million commitment to the legacy fund, to the Clean Water Fund in 2027, 2 years from now. So it would write it in law that in 2027, $20 million is funded from the Clean Water Fund to our SWCDs to fund this need going forward. And then we would be relieved of that particular general fund obligation. That's my amendment. I ask for your support and I ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Herr to the A7 Drazkowski amendment.
Members, I ask you all to vote no against this amendment. This will take $20 million annually from the Clean Water Fund, so then they will be short of this amount, and they need it to make sure that our surface water is monitored for pesticide. That's just one example of the project. There are many other projects that are monitoring and studying and also keeping our lakes, river, and stream protected and enhanced. So this will greatly hinder that effort. So I ask members to vote no.
Any other discussion before I go to the author, unless he wants me to go straight to the bill, to the vote? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage your support. It will not decrease funding from other organizations. It will take the money from the fund first thing in 2027, and the money remaining will be there for the current grant process and recommendations that are before us. I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 Drazkowski Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Mr. President?
Senator Friends.
I forgot to report Senator Fateh's vote. Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A7 Drazkowski Amendment is not adopted. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this evening, when Senator Hur was outlining his bill, he talked about money being put into grants and then having priority for some of those grants. Looking those grant prioritized projects over, I don't have a problem with those projects, and I don't think that they're, I certainly think that they're worthy of that classification. But I'd like to see a little more money being spent in outstates. So Marshall, Minnesota has a band shell. It's been around since 1951. It's in the center of the park, and it's a big attraction for that city, and it's used a lot in the spring, fall, and summer. That band shell is used quite a bit. So I have the A2 amendment, Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames
President.
offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Dames moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 60, line 17, after the semicolon, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Dames to your A2 amendment.
What the A2 amendment would do, Mr. President, is make that project in Marshall a priority, listed as a priority project. I think that this would be fitting to get something out in rural Minnesota, and I would ask for a green vote.
Senator Hur.
Mr. President, would Senator Dames yield?
Senator Dames, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hur.
Senator Dames, according to the amendment that Senator Marty just put it on this bill, meaning that to be listed as priority, the amount will be less than $200,000. Is that enough money for the bandstand? It appears to me, you know, when this project was heard in committee, it appeared to me more like a capital investment project.
To answer your first part of the question, Senator Hurd, no, $200,000 would not be enough for the project. And, you know, you're feeling that it should go over to capital investment, and I think when we take a look at this, and maybe this should have come out of the Historical Society, I'm not sure, but this is certainly a piece of history, and I think that it fits under this bill, and I think that we need to, seems like the last couple of years, when I was on LCCMR, we saw this too, where we were trying to push a lot of stuff over to the capital investment program. And I think we're going to have to realize on the capital investment program, roads, bridges, sanitary sewer, water, those things, that that's where they're going to be at, and there's been a lot of movement to make sure that money doesn't come out of the LCCMR and the Legacy Fund for those. So I think that the Legacy Fund is going to have to look at some more of this stuff, and this is certainly historical.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Senator Dame. And for me, I'm going to stick on protecting the formula that has been developed since finance. So I will vote no, but I want members to vote based on your conscience, because it appears that this bill will be asking for less than $200,000. So putting it on the priority list would not cause any disaster, but vote based on your conscience.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any further discussion, or should we go to the vote? The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 Dames amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Members, if you're in the chambers, please vote. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 nays, the A2 Dames Amendment is adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A20 amendment and request a roll call.
Senator Pratt offers the A20 amendment, and a roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 65, line 16, delete the first 1,762,000. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Pratt to the A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, April 30th, 1975, 50 years ago today, Saigon fell to the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese. 50 years ago, and prior to that, American, Vietnamese, Lao, Cambodian, and Hmong soldiers fought valiantly to preserve democracy and their way of life. In fact, Mr. President, I'm just going to quote Twin Cities PBS, speaking specifically to the secret war. The CIA organized a secret war in neighboring Laos to prevent communism from spreading deeper into Southeast Asia. And Mr. President, when the American troops came home, they weren't welcomed as heroes. They were ignored, or even worse, chastised as they came home. Minnesota's Southeast Asian communities, refugees came here and became a part of our Minnesota family.
And over the last several years, I've had a chance to talk to some of these Southeast Asian veterans. And they're very proud of their service. They're very proud of what they've done. And they've said one thing to me over and over. We need to remember and commemorate that this is the 50th anniversary of the end of that conflict. Last year, Mr. President, in this very same bill, we appropriated $150,000 to the Humanities Center to begin the process. And we're expecting to have a celebration at Holman Field, not a celebration, Mr. President, a commemoration at Holman Field, representing veterans from all 5 communities to participate. The people that were a part of that conflict, a part of that war, are starting to age. They're in their late 60s to their early 80s. You know, I talked to one gentleman. It was kind of interesting. He told me that when he was 14 years old, he was shooting a .50 caliber rifle. I was thinking about that when I was 14 years old. I was riding my bike to pick up candy at the convenience store. Quite a difference. And Mr. President, I think we should, as a state, officially recognize all of the veterans that served in that conflict. I think it's right for us to say it to them because, Mr. President, we are losing more and more of these veterans every day. And I think it's important that we say thank you and we recognize you. We commemorate their service and we celebrate the fact that we are all here in Minnesota and becoming one big family. Mr. President, I request a yes vote.
Senator Hurd to the A20 amendment. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention that I may be the only one in the chamber, please correct me if I'm wrong, that has, maybe Senator Anderson has a connection. I have a direct connection to the war. My husband served in Vietnam for a year. He served as a military policeman. And certainly he came back a changed person, as I think most veterans do, having experienced war. And now he does remain kind of a proud member of the Jewish war vets. And I think that commemoration in honor of the 50th year anniversary is very important, and I'd be very proud to be a part of it and attend it with my husband.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to speak in opposition of this amendment. I'm not against a joint commemoration for our brave veterans, especially our Southeast Asian veterans, the Secret War veterans, and our U.S. Vietnam War veterans. But when this bill came up last year to be funded, in this language, it specifically says that this would commemorate 50 years anniversary of the Vietnam War, Secret War in Laos, Southeast Asian conflict, and that includes all veterans. It specifically names our Southeast Asian communities and especially our SGU veterans. Our veterans have said time and time again to the bill author who is offering this amendment and to our API legislators and to anybody who would listen that they feel They are the ones in the best position to plan a commemorative event that tells their stories, tells their experiences, and their history. There is a distrust between our Southeast Asian communities and our veterans with government planning and telling them how they should plan a commemoration for them, and telling them how to celebrate their own history, and telling them how that history is. That was loud and clear last session. But still, the bill got passed, $150,000. This year, this is coming back up again, saying we should add another $150,000 to that. Again, we're ignoring the communities that this bill is supposed to represent and be for. If Mr. President, would Senator Pratt yield to a question?
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pa.
Senator Pratt, there's a lot of opposition to this bill for the last year. What outreach or efforts have you made to connect with the Secret War veterans and the API, Southeast Asian communities, that this bill is also representing, to hear their concerns and their priorities? What have you actually done?
Senator Pratt, directly to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as Senator Pa knows, I serve on the Council of Asian Pacific Minnesotans, and through that role, I've been to a number of events. Senator He and I were at the Vietnam New Year celebration at Burnsville Center. We both talked to veterans that were there. They both expressed their desire to have a statewide commemoration. I was at Holman Field that hosted Hmong, Lao, Cambodian, and Vietnamese soldiers, and they all expressed their desire to have a commemoration. I was at Fort Snelling with a number of Southeast Asian veterans who also expressed the same desire. I personally have not heard of any opposition to this effort. I've only heard encouragement.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm surprised to hear from Senator Pratt that he has heard absolutely no opposition to this bill. I guess we can choose not to hear the things we don't want to hear because...
Mr. President, that's uncalled for.
Senator
She's
Pratt?
accusing me of not listening.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish she'd keep her comments to the bills and not make a
Hey, Senator Pratt,
attacks.
I did not recognize you. Members, this is the second time today where members have just had outbursts. And I, as president, have asked you to not speak. And you just continue to speak as if I'm not standing here. The last time I checked, I am not invisible. And we will conduct ourselves like the senators we are. We are the upper body, and there is an expectation of us to behave that way. Senators, when I ask you not to interrupt, please don't. And if you stand up and you get ready to say something and I ask you to be quiet, please do so. That would just be helpful. Senator Pratt, unless there's a point of order, we're not supposed to interrupt a member unless there's a reason and there's a proper way in order for me to call on you.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
I would like to make a point of order. First, to apologize for my outburst, but second, Senator Pa is making some assumptions and trying to infer that I am not listening, or I'm choosing, I think was her words, not to listen to these communities. And I would like her to keep her comments to the amendment and not to try to talk about my personal intentions.
Members, the language is we are not supposed to impugn the integrity of each other. I'm going to caution us to make sure that we don't do that. And then I'm going to ask that we function and operate as the wonderful senators that we have the ability to be. With that being stated, Senator Pah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will continue that I have been in the presence of where Senator Pratt was also with me when committee members have stated concerns. So that's why I say I'm surprised. This opposition is not new and it's not a one-time. It's been ongoing for a year and through multiple committee members, leaders, and organizations. And for our bill author to bring this amendment back up to add additional funding, it's really a slap in the face to the communities that have talked to us and have asked that we not do this, because our API community is very capable of telling their own stories, of planning their own commemorative 50th year. They do not need our state government, state agencies to plan it for them and tell them how it should be done. This bill does not reflect the experiences, the needs, or priorities of the Southeast Asian and the Secret War veterans in their communities. It does not. It represents a top-down approach that has consistently ignored the voices of those most directly impacted by this amendment in this bill. Despite much of the opposition from our Southeast Asian community, the bill author continues to push forward this bill because, well, it's an attempt to speak for the API and Southeast Asian communities and the veterans.
Mr. President, point of order.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pah is again impugning my intentions here. She's trying to say that I'm attempting to do something that I've never stated, that I've never articulated, and I wish she would keep her comments to the bill and not to impugn my integrity.
Members, I'm going to call your attention to Rule 36.2. I'm going to read it. The member must speak only to the question under debate and avoid personality. Members, please function accordingly. This is a gentle reminder. Senator Pah.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize if I have done so. I really try not to, and maybe sometimes I forget myself. When legislation is written about our API communities, for us, about us, but without us, it really is just a political performance, not real representation. It portrays it as a care for our community, and somehow we should be thankful. We're expected to just shut up, be grateful, and say thank you. Well, as also a Southeast Asian person and a daughter of the SGU veteran, I say no thank you, Senator Pratt. Our community has come out loud and clear for the last year saying we know better how to commemorate our celebrations. And if you really actually want to celebrate our stories, then those monies should go directly to the community to do so. As we had $2 million worth of applications that came into the Minnesota Historical Society asking for dollars to do this very same commemorative. Yet only $400,000 was appropriated, And then the Minnesota Historical Society pitched in another $167,000 of their grant funds just to ensure that all 4 Southeast Asian communities receive funding for commemorations. In total, $567,000 out of the over $2 million in application. That's how much our communities have said they can do it themselves. They want to do it themselves. Yet legislators are standing up saying, we know better how to do it for you, and you're welcome. You should be grateful. Please listen to the community. Stop doing things without them. Thank you.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question to Senator Pratt, if he would yield.
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand the conflict. Senator Pratt, is this, as far as I can tell in the amendment, this is the collaborative or commemorative program for the entire war? Is that correct? Is there a separate event for Americans who fought and a separate event for Southeast Asian forces? Senator Pratt.
Senator Pratt to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. It sounds like a simple answer, but I'm going to make it a little bit longer for Senator Johnson Stewart. The National Guard held an event at the Mall of America with pictures and displays. Last year, we appropriated money to various communities to commemorate there being 50 years in the United States. This bill doesn't touch any of that money. This is the only commemoration that will include the American, the Hmong, the Lao, the Cambodian, and the Vietnamese recognized together. The only one.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, actually, Senator Pappas, my father-in-law, was in Vietnam for over 2 years. It's a huge part of my husband's family's history. And just yesterday, my husband was watching the news and really moved to tears because when those pilots that had been kept as POWs were released, many of them were actually his father's colleagues. So this is a big deal. 2 of my uncles were also in the war and have plenty of stories to tell. So this is a really important thing for my family as well. And I would look forward to being part of this commemoration, as I'm certain my husband and his mother will, and all of his siblings. So I very much support Senator Pratt's amendment. I think given that this will be the commemoration of such an important piece of our history, we've already said loud and clear how much we value our friends and colleagues who came from Southeast Asia, and we recognized them in the gallery just last week. I think it's very important that we allow our American veterans and those of us who have family, that this was such an important thing, that we have a community event. So Senator Pratt, thank you for bringing forth this amendment, and I'll be voting green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Members, I just want to make sure that we set the right tone, not just for this amendment that we're talking about today, but from now on going forward, because I want to remind us of our rules and what's expected of us. I've already read to you 36.2, where I said the member must speak only to the question under debate and avoid personalities. But I also thank you, Senator Latz, who reminded me of Section 122 in Masons that gives you a little more substance. And if you look at Section 122, number 2, This is important for us because we've had some disruptions today that's been pretty concerning to me. No person may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, use indecent or profane language, or participate in conduct that disrupts or disturbs the orderly proceedings of the body. Earlier today that happened. It does not make me feel good when I have to use the gavel, because I should not have to do that. Although I will when it's necessary. So members, please be the senators you were elected to be. With that being said, any other discussion? Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. In terms of this amendment, I wanted to ask Senator Herr, because maybe he might know this a little bit more because he carried portions of the funding. If Senator Herr would yield for a question.
Senator Herr, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Young.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Herr. There's a lot of talk about honoring American service members in Vietnam. Were there funding that was provided in last biennium for honoring our American service members here in Vietnam? That were fought in Vietnam. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Herr, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Xiong, yes, there were in 2023, we appropriate $250,000 to honor our Vietnam veteran on their commemoration. Senator
Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we were passing the Hmong SU May 14 Day to remember our Hmong veterans, I shared a story of an American pilot, and in that he wrote to me sharing his story of being a young man fighting in Laos, flying over Laos and getting rescued by Hmong SGU soldiers. And he mentioned that, he gave me his testimony, but he didn't want me to share his name, as his Hmong brothers and sisters were not recognized until that day. And so, I totally support recognizing our American veterans that served in Laos. I totally support that effort, and any more money that we can give, I would be in favor of that. But I think to what my colleague Senator Pa is speaking of is that portions of this involve the secret war in Laos and the Southeast Asian conflict. If Senator Pratt would yield for a question.
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Young.
Thank you. Senator Pratt, have you heard of the Camus?
Senator Pratt, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Zhang, not that I recall.
Senator Young.
If Senator Pratt would continue to yield, have you heard of the Yao or Mien?
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. To the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my recollection, I can't recall.
Senator Young.
Yeah, so, nothing, not a gotcha question, but that was just the point of what I'm trying to pass on here. It is, portion of the funding is for the secret war in Laos, as mentioned here in the amendment. It was the secret war. People weren't supposed to know about it. And there are communities that are not recognized in there. They don't have sons or grandsons that are here to serve and to advocate on their behalf. And we have had in the past where we have given funding to state agencies to give out funding to our communities. And some preliminary reports comes back, it goes to communities that didn't even fight in the war. And so that's where the trust from our community has been lost. And so that's why we are opposed to this specific portion of the bill. I had an uncle, Senator Pappas, Senator Ann Johnson Stewart. I know you had loved ones that served. I had an uncle. His name is Major Zhang Do. He was 25 years old from the northern parts of Laos. And he had commanded soldiers from the Mien tribe, the Yao the Mien tribe, the Khmu tribe, the Taidam tribe, 18, 19-year-old boys. A unit of 100 men. Just teenagers at the prime of their life. Tribes from unknown locations in Laos. And the only one that survived was Major Zhang Do. He lives in California right now. And all those young teenagers died. And we don't even know which tribes or which groups they came from. And Senator Pa had just shared with us that the requests had exceeded what the agencies had been able to give to those specific communities. And so, of course, we give $150,000, that's great. I would love and advocate for any support. But it goes to a state agency. We don't even know whoever has the pull, the connections, they're gonna get that funding. I don't know how much a commemoration for our community is going to cost, but I sure as heck know that $150,000 is not going to cover all the support for all our communities. And so if we were serious enough of advocating for our communities, our API communities, we would put that in a bill that would be more respectful and reflective of our community's voice. And so with that, I hope that members think long and hard before you vote, and I oppose this amendment here. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we vote? Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think Senator Pappas meant to say she's the only one. There are many people, and so it's nothing against you. But there are many people that have had, experiences with loved ones in Vietnam. And I could probably talk for 10 hours, but I'm not going to. I've got an uncle who was in the bottom of a ship, and he was at the very bottom and operating the engine. So if they got hit, he's the first one to go down, and he knows that. So all he did is drink for 2 years straight, and became an alcoholic. Got out of Vietnam. And that never went away. Went on to do other drugs, hurt himself, and now he's in a home because he has brain damage. I have a cousin who flew planes in Vietnam, and he died of cancer because of a certain agency was in contact with when he was in Vietnam. But we live in America, and we're all American. This looks like it says this is for people in the Vietnam War, the secret war in Laos, the Southeast Asian conflict, Vietnam. It's for everybody. It's not. I don't think we're trying to single out groups. We all have loved ones, and we all have lots of passion for people that fought for us, Mr. President. And I think that's what we need to look at, rather than fighting for. I've got nothing in this bill. I can't get $50,000 for disabled veterans out of $84 million. I've got nothing. So let's just say we're all Americans. Let's vote for this. It's $150,000 for all people who fought in the Vietnam War, and let's not forget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, President Champion. There's a lot of history to this bill, and I feel like we're catching kind of the mid to the end of this story of how this bill started. I know some of my members here know how this whole idea for this joint commemoration started, and some of us may not. And maybe I have failed to talk about how it started, but I think it is important to know. Like Senator Hyung had mentioned, $250,000 was already appropriated to the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs for a Vietnam War Veterans Commemoration Celebration. This bill started with our Southeast Asian communities and veterans who asked for funding and appropriation from the state so that they could celebrate and commemorate 50 years. Then they said, you know what? we want to make sure we include our U.S. American veterans too from the Vietnam War, because they're our brothers and we want to be inclusive. So this started with the Southeast Asian community wanting to do something, including our American veterans, but our community is the one who wanted to plan it. And then our state government decided, that's a great idea. Why don't we plan it for you? And we will give the money to ourselves so we can do that. So I just want to make it clear that I am not opposed to any kind of a joint commemoration or celebration. All of our veterans deserve it. But what I want us to be thoughtful of is how this bill started, and us taking that from a community and saying, you wanted this, you asked for it, but now we're going to take it and do it for you. That's what I'm trying to relay to this legislature. When we do that, what we're saying is we know better for you how it should be done. This idea did not come out from this legislature, did not come from a state agency, did not come from our Department of Veterans Affairs to say, we're going to do a joint commemoration for everyone, and you're all invited. This started with the Southeast Asian communities planning it to include us, and then now we're going to take over, and we're going to do it for you because we know best. That is so demeaning and disrespectful on every level. And I want us to think about that as legislators. If we did this same approach for everything that came to us from any group, whether it is a minority group or it is one of our unions or one of our interest groups that are fighting for teachers or for anybody, and say all of a sudden, that's a great idea, but we know better for you, so now we're going to take it a different direction, and we're going to take over it. We're going to tell you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we should be close to voting. The last voice we'll hear is that of who? Senator Hur again? Senator Hur.
Mr. President, as chief author of the legacy bill, I have not spoke on this at all. But I listened to everyone, and all my respect to the veteran, I concur with Senator Pa on that community event should not be dictated by politicians or bureaucrats. There was so much pain in the Vietnam War, and the pain exists here today. The pain that caused then is because decision of politician and bureaucracy. That's why mid-American, middle-class American sons and daughters are in casualty in great abundance. And so is our allies, like what Senator Sean talked about, the Khmu, the Yao, the Hmong, the Mountain Yard, you know, the Vietnamese, the Cambodian, so forth, and the ally are here. And I don't want to share this, but I was 2 years off from becoming a child soldier. Most of my playmates are child soldier and carry M16 with them. Actually, I know how to use M16 when I was 8. I'm pretty well versed. I'm a pacifist now, but in my old days, I cannot imagine who I was. The idea of this celebration is great. But in 2023, as the chair of the Legacy Committee, we already appropriate $250,000 for the Vietnam commemoration. Then last year, the bill come back from conference at 120, and I was the one adding $30,000 more, so it's $150,000. And this year, it said that it's not enough. The agency said enough. Of course, no one come to ask me or tell me that. The agency have not come and tell me that we didn't have enough money and we need more. You know, being a person nearly child soldier and affected by Agent Orange, I'm a little deranged sometime. But let's say I'm going to be critical to History Center and Humanities Center with the $500 million budget agency, and you cannot find $100,000, $150,000 from private sources? Come on, I think you can do that. And if the agency cannot find that money, even though it's already passed through, 50-year appropriations should have done last year, so that it can do an event this year, not appropriate now and then do it this year because it would not have time to do an event. And if that agency, a budget over $500,000 cannot find $150,000, my deranged mind affected by Agent Orange said, why don't you just come ask and I'll dedicate my credit line to you. I don't have that much money, but I will work my butt out just to give you $150,000 instead let bureaucracy and politics trying to divide us. So member, I'm a little frustrated now. This should be last year's talk. Vote no on this. Vote no on this. Vote no on this.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the A20 amendment? Senator Pratt, your final comments before we vote.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been quite the discussion. It's been an emotional discussion on both sides. Senator Herr, I agree with you. There's a lot of pain left over from the Vietnam War. I see it when I go to the local VFW, when I go to the American Legion down in my communities. We appropriated several $100,000 to individual communities to commemorate the end of the war and for them to celebrate 50 years in Minnesota. Members, this doesn't do anything to that funding. That doesn't step on any of those communities' plans. I voted for that legacy bill. I wanted to be on the conference committee. You know, one of the veterans, when I was at these events and we were talking about this initiative, reminded me about how we are more alike than different. He said, we all bleed red. This is not just about the API community. This is not, as Senator Paz said, the state trying to decide for you. This is about bringing together a commemoration for us. This is to recognize the American veterans like Senator Pappas's husband and Senator Anderson and Senator Johnson Stewart's father-in-law. And it's about recognizing those veterans who are here living in Minnesota and recognizing their bravery alongside all of the communities together. I'm so sorry, Mr. President, that this is an initiative that seems to be driving a wedge in this body, because this is not an amendment to divide us. This is an amendment to bring us together, an amendment to recognize that we've hit a milestone and to launch our future as being one community. Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A20 Pratt Amendment. Senator Friends, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Rest votes yes.
Senator Rest votes aye.
I report Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
I report Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
And I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes yes.
Senator Coleman votes yes.
Senator Duckworth votes yes.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 24 noes, the A20 Pratt Amendment is adopted. Senator Pratt, for your next motion, for your next amendment, do you have any other? That's it? Okay, thank you. Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I don't see that my amendment is here yet, so I will be on next. Thank you. I'll find it.
All right, I'll go to my next person. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A22 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22.
Senator Dibble moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 65, line 29, delete 2,025,000. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Dibble to your A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A22 amendment is somewhat similar to my Senate File 453, which I had introduced, was heard in Senator Herr's committee, and actually was received favorably and was actually made a part of at least an initial version of the omnibus bill that got amended later. And I think it, Mr. President, it might have been a failure for me to communicate clearly or some sort of a misunderstanding. But what it would do is it would provide some funding for the Bakken Museum, which is ostensibly a museum, of course, in my district, but it's for an initiative and a program that occurs throughout the entire state for children to teach them about technology and STEM, et cetera. And it's been very, very successful, Mr. President. It was funded last cycle. It was extremely successful. Like I said, it was carried along, funded through the Humanities Center, similar to the other 13 children's museums that are already enumerated and listed in the bill as they were last year as well. So it's just kind of attaching the Bakken as the 14th of the children's museums that would be funded through this bill in the same manner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Herr, the A22 amendment.
Members, Senator Dibble and I talk, and this is a technical change, so I have no problem with accepting this amendment.
All those in favor of the A22 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A22 Dibble amendment is adopted. Now we'll go back to Senator Nelson. I think she has her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I have the A53 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the A53 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 52, after line 26, insert. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A53.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A53 amendment, I think, carries the intention of our Parks and Trails Fund. Many of us support parks and trails. Actually, that's probably why I'm in the legislature. After my work to get a park in my neighborhood, I was asked to run for the legislature. So I'm highly supportive of parks and trails. But I do not support the A53 amendment would not allow any money appropriated from the Parks and Trails Fund, Legacy Fund, may not be used to fund any project in which eminent domain is used. Eminent domain is used for many things in our state, particularly we think of roads and bridges. I don't believe that it was the intention for the legacy funds to be used for eminent domain. This is a bill, this is an amendment that we passed off the floor in this body last year. I'm hoping we can continue again this year, just protecting legacy dollars so that they are not used for eminent domain for parks and trails. Parks and trails dollars only.
Senator Hurd to the A53 amendment.
Thank you, member. I would ask member to vote no on this amendment because eminent domain is always never used for construction on park or trail.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author for final comments? Seeing none, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Again, this is only limiting parks and trails funding, legacy funding, to not be used with eminent domain. And even if there is only one, I know of one, I can give you one example. I would say one example of using eminent domain legacy dollars should not be used with eminent domain, parks and trails legacy dollars. Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A53 Nelson Amendment. Senator French, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Members, please vote if you're in the chambers. Senator Parr and Senator Putnam.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator
Coleman.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A53 Nelson Amendment is not adopted. Members, any other amendments? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've spent the whole year talking about this band called Steely Dan and a song. I always wanted to have an amendment that was close to this song. That's one of my favorite songs. And as you sit there and you think about it, matter of fact, the good senator from Anoka would even give us some candor music before the committee would start. So, the Taste of Minnesota is more than just a food festival, Mr. President. It's a celebration of our state's diverse cultures, culinary heritage, and community spirit. It aligns with the Legacy Amendment's goal to support arts, culture, and history. Mr. President, especially when it brings people together from across the street. So with that is the A19 Amendment.
Senator Hoffman offers the A19 Amendment. The secretary will report the A19 Amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 64, after line 10, insert. This is the A19 Amendment.
Senator Hoffman to your A19.
Thank you, Mr. President. Events like the Taste of Minnesota boost the local economy. They create temporary jobs, bring revenue to local vendors, and draw tourism to the Twin Cities and beyond. Investing in it supports our small business, food entrepreneurs, musicians, and artists who participate. It also highlights multicultural traditions, including indigenous, immigrant, and rural communities that often don't get the same exposure. There's story after story after story of food vendors who became successful because of that. Funding this legacy bill ensures that we are using our tax billers to uplift all voices in Minnesota cultural landscape, not just the traditionally well-funded arts institutions. What it also does, Mr. President, is it has the Taste of Minnesota is free. It provides a rare opportunity for thousands of Minnesotans to access live music, food culture, and family-friendly entertainment. It's one of the most accessible, inclusive art events in the state. And you know what? You had 100,000 people show up there. You know how many incidents they had in the 2 days downtown Minneapolis, Mr. President? For witnessing this past year, Minneapolis music scene, which was absolutely amazing. There was 0 incidents, 0, downtown Minneapolis. It's a proven track record. Taste of Minnesota has proven to be a well-attended, safe, and successful event that draws tens of thousands. It's now a key part of our state's summer identity. And the legacy funding can help it grow responsibly and sustainably. So, Mr. President, with that, I offer that to you, and I would hope members vote unequivocally a yes, and I'll quit singing Steely Dan music.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, in order to give this $1.8 million to the Taste of Minnesota, where are you taking that money from?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me take a look. Page 67, line 12. We're going to delete $11,022,000 and insert $9,222,000. In page 67, line 13, we're going to do the same deletion. Page 68, line 27, we're going to rearrange $3,650,000 and insert $1,850,000. What that does is it takes it specifically from parts of the bill that are discretionary dollars. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hoffman continue to yield?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. I guess, Senator Hoffman, I can see that in the amendment, but I was wondering if you could tell me what discretionary programs are getting cut with this amendment.
Senator Hoffman, specifically to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the good senator from, where's he from? LeSueur. No. Fergus Falls. The
there's a bucket. What they did, and I just find that odd, what they did is they created the buckets of dollars. And the buckets of dollars, it's called the events bucket, Senator Rasmussen. And what nicer, better event to support than one that we do right here in the great state of Minnesota?
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm still wondering where this $1.8 million is coming from, but Mr. President, would Senator Hoffman continue to yield?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, is the Taste of Minnesota, is that run by a for-profit group or a nonprofit group?
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Mr. President, there's a whole bunch of different groups that run the Taste of Minnesota on that one. But let me clarify one thing that Senator Rasmussen had asked about. The events bucket is just it's the event bucket of a whole bunch of buckets. So, but 501c3, I believe, is the connotation. I'm not an accountant, Senator Rasmussen, but I believe that the terminology is, I think it's a 501c3. Thanks for the question.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all the questions I have for now, but I might have some more comments.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Hoffman, I like Taste of Minnesota. I think it's a wonderful event. You said 100,000 people show up there. So we would be giving $18 for every person showing up to help with the infrastructure for the event. It's a nice event, but I have real problems with this idea. Hey, I got an idea, I want to spend money on this. And even if they're good events, good ideas, we should be trying to set up a better process for putting out grants when we want to do this for organizations and events. I really hope we don't put money into this. I understand that you and others really want to. I think it's a nice event, and when we can help things, yes, but we're taking away a lot of money from a lot of other groups that I think, I'm not arguing with you, there are lots of diversity of people there, lots of diverse foods and all kinds of good things, but I just think that this idea that, we all have our favorite pet projects and we all want to help fund things, but this isn't the best way to do it, and I don't think this is what the legacy voters voted for when we decided to collect money to put into arts and cultural heritage and the outdoor legacy stuff. I think we wanted a more thoughtful process, and it's not that these are bad projects. It's just this isn't the way we ought to be doing it. So I urge members to reject this amendment.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I stand up to support this project. We read through the bill here, and there's a lot of money on all kinds of projects that are, they're nice. People aren't going to see hardly any of these. The taxes paid by everybody. It's actually maybe one of the largest items in the bill in terms of groups of people that are going to be enjoying something and actually getting something for their money. And I think the way that the world has gone lately, Mr. President, on so many levels, that I think kind of a statewide way to get together and celebrate each other. And if you've ever gone, the array of individuals there is the entire gamut of Minnesota. It is truly a taste of Minnesota, a chance to celebrate, a chance to get together in a way that's, I think, really constructive. And I think by about the time we get through here, we'll be ready to go there as well, Mr. President. So it could be a great culmination to a most successful session. But I'm kidding about that part. But I think it's a legitimately solid, good program. I think it's going to revitalize and promote whichever city it winds up being in. And I would urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Hurd, did you wish to speak on the A19?
Yes, Mr. President. We have approximately $6 million in that bucket of events and festival. So dedicate 1.8 million, meaning take a pretty large chunk, and there are other events that are lining up and was not listed because their number was a little higher than $500,000. So, that means we're going to set priority for this designation, and the other one will be left competitive. I just want to let you know the fact that there are about 4 or 5 organizations that will fight for or compete for the remaining pool. And there may be folks out there, too. Just want to let you know the fact. And this amendment may go on to this bill. If it is successful, I just want to ask the stakeholder to make sure Taste of Minnesota is diverse. No doubt, I love Taste of Minnesota as much as everybody else. I wish it would be in St. Paul, as it always been. And secondly, I wish that they remain sustainable so that Taste of Minnesota don't come to us year after year, year after year. This is an expensive project unless they put in constitution so that we can designate like other projects, for example, Minnesota Zoo or other like that are in our statute. And that way, they can come year after year with us. But I just want to state the fact. I want to hold to my standard of protecting my formula. Give money to the less requests, but remember, you can vote based on your conscience. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hoffman yield for one last question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. And one of the things I'm trying to get at here is I'm trying to just make sure that this funding isn't effectively being earmarked for a for-profit operation. And so for the organizers for the Taste of Minnesota, is that a for-profit group or a non-profit group? I just want to make sure I understand. Is this something where there's going to be people making money off of this, and this is going to effectively subsidize their margins by paying for some of their costs?
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
To that question, it's a nonprofit, Mr. President. Thank you. Also, I just wanted to, it's a nonprofit, Mr. President.
Any other questions before, Senator Westland first. Okay. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just listening to debate back and forth on things that we shouldn't do. Well, some of the money, Mr. President, that we're just not asking for more money. It looks like we're just shifting it around, and some of the things that people said we shouldn't do with this money is literally where some of this money is coming from. So if you look at page 68 and 67, some people testified and said that we shouldn't be spending money on this. Well, if that's the case, then we shouldn't give it to any of these. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, would the member from Champlin yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Hoffman, can you at least share with us what the executive director gets paid for Taste of Minnesota, so we have an idea of what their salary structure is?
Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, there's no salary. I don't know the answer to that question. I do know there's hundreds of volunteers that put this on. So I don't know the answer to that question. So thanks.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Hoffman, thank you. My sense is it would be volunteers, but we don't want to be lulled into this idea that it's all nonprofit volunteers and then they're paying out some high exorbitant salaries. So if you could get that information to us, I think it'd be helpful. Obviously, it won't be in time for this amendment, but when you can, that'd be helpful to share with us.
Any other discussion? Senator Hoffman.
I got an answer. No salary to organizers. That's what I got, so thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, I know that this Taste of Minnesota has gone on for years and years, and it didn't seem to get any money, or it didn't get much money from this grant program. So what is all this money going to be used for, and what is the need?
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great question, Senator Howe. Here's what I do know: the cost of if you look at go to their website and you can see the musicians that they have coming this year, and you look at the musicians from last year. Most of the money is used to hire those bands, and then did I tell you, Senator Howe, that there were 0 incidents in downtown Minneapolis during this event in the last 3 years? 0. They have a great security system that's there. and you have to pay for that security. So all of it goes right back into to doing the actual event. And so the public safety issue that is there, if you look down there, and the police, you know what's funny about this one, Senator Howe, is that the Minneapolis police said it was probably their best public relations event that they've had in years. And a matter of fact, one of the things that the police were telling me was they have how many selfies can you get with people that are downtown during this event? So I appreciate that question, and I just absolutely love that. So thank you, Mr. Howe.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the answer, Senator Hoffman. But it appears to me that this is a highly successful operation and probably doesn't need any help to get off the ground or be successful. It sounds like they've got this thing wrapped up. I think there's a lot of other events that could use this money to actually launch their festivals. So, Senator Hoffman, you've just proven to me that this organization and this festival is well on its way. It's very successful and doesn't need any help.
Any other discussion on the A19? The last voice you hear is that of Senator Hoffman before we vote. If you don't have anything else to say, it's okay. Let me go to the...
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, 3 years ago, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I have to. When Kerry Dietzig pulled me aside and said, we have to get this back, and I said, well, what about Dibble? He's from Minneapolis. What about Bobby Joe Champion? He's from Minneapolis. And she said, no, I want you to do this. Kerry Dietzig did this, and so it's not funny, you guys. I mean, I'm being totally authentic and serious here. And when I look at this, this is something that she wanted, and we did. And we got to keep this going, and that's all I'm asking. So thank you, Mr. President.
Members, no roll call has been requested on the A19. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment passes. The A19 is adopted. Any other motion? Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I move that we lay the bill on the table.
On that motion, all in favor?
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The motion is to lay the bill on the table. The secretary will take the roll. Senator Friends, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I report Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
I report Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Draheim votes no.
And Senator Draheim votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 39 ayes and 27 noes, the motion prevails. The bill is laid on the table. Members, we will now go to the 13th order of business. Senator Hurd,
Mr. President, if I can have a point of personal interest in this, just for 1 minute. Earlier, as we talk about the Secret War in Laos and the Vietnam Wars, I had a little outburst sharing my past, a little bit had a little outburst, but I just want to share how I overcome those outbursts, mainly because the love of my family and the love of my host family in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, who's not Hmong, who's European descent, and also my faith. I just want to let you know how I, these days, keep peace in me. Thank you.
Members will now proceed to the 13th order of business. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Daines, 145 to 215. Senator Johnson, 225 to 235. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the members and staff and nonpartisan staff for attending the I-90 Highway 14 party last evening. It was a very successful event, and it allowed us to get together and enjoy each other in between session when it starts to get busy. So again, thank you for those who came. Senator Frentz, thank you for making an announcement last night because I had to head over there and start things off. So again, thank members for coming, and if you missed it, I hope you can make it next year. Thank you.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share with the members of this Senate that today is April 30th, which marks 50 years since the fall of Saigon. And to our Vietnamese community, they reference it as Black April. And it really is something that's deeply significant to them on this day, a time of remembrance for our Vietnamese community, a time of mourning as well, but really a time of celebration of resiliency in their community. As 50 years ago to this date, our Vietnamese community, many of them had to flee as refugees to the United States. And so today I just want to acknowledge our Vietnamese community in their Remembrance Day, and also just thank our Vietnamese community for choosing Minnesota as their home. We have a very vibrant and strong Vietnamese community in my district and also in this state. I want them to know that they are seen, they're heard, and they're valued, and that this legislature cares about their community as well. Thank you.
Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, along the same line as Senator Powell just said, today we have a very painful discussion, and since today is a day to remembrance our Vietnamese allies and our Vietnamese veterans of the war in Vietnam. So I'd like to ask our body here, whoever's still here, to stand up for a moment of silence.
Members, will you please stand? Thank you, members. We're on the 13th order of business. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Thursday, May 1st at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.